All right. I believe we are live. Hopefully, I haven't been live with y'all sitting around waiting. I'm gonna make sure I'm live. I think I made the stream public again. It's a process here and getting used to live streaming again after not doing it for quite some time. Let's see. Oh, of course. There we go. Now you can see me. Anybody out there? Anyone in the chat? We got a handful of viewers. In any case, it's another episode of Fusion and Fika. That's my Swedish brunch, more or less. And it's 8 p.m. again here. I don't know if this is a great tradition to start, because you can't have Fika without coffee. I've got a tiny bit of symbolic coffee here just so I can say it's a proper Fika. Still, maybe not a great idea. I don't know. I'm doing it for the sake of alliteration. But if you have any other ideas for names for this live stream, a couple streams ago I called it CADer Day because we're doing computer-aided design, and that was on a Saturday. But now I've decided Sundays are maybe a little bit better for streaming. Cadunday doesn't work, so something to work on. Gonna have to figure something out. Anyways, do I sound all right? Is it not too quiet or anything? I think everything's good. I'm pretty excited for this stream. I don't think it's gonna be anything too crazy, but I had one project in mind for today, and by now I have 5 projects in mind, so we're probably not gonna get to all of them. We're definitely not gonna get to all of them, so that's nice. We have some options. Yeah, I feel like these live streams should be pretty chill. I kind of just want to do whatever CAD, whatever projects I'm up to, show you guys the process, unfiltered, uncut, the raw design process. But yeah, I did give today's stream a theme, a little hook, my second favorite 3D printing design tool. So my first favorite tool, I've mentioned often, good old digital calipers. It's what I use for 95% of my projects, maybe more, because either I'm using it to measure things that I'm reverse engineering or designing around, or I just use it as a reference to kind of wrap my head around how big I'm making things on the computer screen, so I can just move it to 5 millimeters and be like, yeah, that is a good wall thickness here. But today we're going to talk about my second favorite tool. Also one I've mentioned in several videos, but unless I'm forgetting, I don't think I've done a dedicated video or a dedicated live stream for my second favorite design tool. I'm going to turn on my lights. We're working in the office today. We got to use the blinding lights. I should have a nuke sound effect whenever I turn those lights on. Dear Lord. Anyways, here we are. Desk cam's going on, and there's the tool. Now, I'm not talking about a filthy inkjet printer. I'm talking about what's under the hood. there we go. Oh yeah. It's the Flatbed scanner. So, something I've mentioned before, and I'm sure a lot of you are already doing it, but it's something I need to really nail down. And I like talking about the usefulness of the Flatbed scanner because it seems every time I mention it in a video or somewhere, it's new to someone. And even if you are familiar with the process, maybe I'll show you a little something extra, give you some tips that make it extra useful for you. So we're going to be doing some reverse engineering with the Flatbed scanner. So yeah, like I said, calipers, 95% of my designs. Flatbed scanner, probably 4%, and maybe 1% is a 3D scanner. I'm working on a big 3D scanner video right now. I've been doing some really cool projects with that as well, but the large majority of the time it isn't necessary for the kind of work I'm doing, at least. And it's also, even as they keep getting better and better, there's still a little bit of a hassle. There's a learning curve to it. The good old flatbed scanner, that's something most of us already have. I picked mine up for $15 on Facebook Marketplace. Extra cheap because the printer doesn't actually work, but I was only in it for the scanner. And it's super easy to use. You can bring things into your computer and have them all ready to scale, or I think the way we'll be doing it today is just scanning objects along with a ruler so you have reference, because that's a really easy way to get things correctly sized in Fusion. So, got a couple people in the comments. Thanks for joining. Amir, hello. Rana, we're doing good. And where are you doing? That is an unclear question. What are we doing? How am I doing? All good. Nina, hi, I used to watch you years ago, and now you finally have a 3D printer and started watching again. Looking forward to catching some more of these streams. That's awesome. Thank you for joining, Nina. It's super exciting to get your hands on a 3D printer, and as I often say, it becomes 10 times more useful when you learn to do your own designs. That's the real way to unlock the power of a 3D printer. So you're doing some good stuff watching this stream. You're getting ahead of it. I give you props, and not just because you're giving me views. I think you're going to learn something. Okay, so like I said, oh, sorry. Got to do the Fika first. Today, we're eating some 2-day-old, maybe? Some 2-day-old cardamom bulla. Cardamom buns from the local bakery. Another donation from my girlfriend. Delicious as always. What's up, Hank? Hank the How? Welcome to the stream. Okay, I probably won't eat all 2 of these buns on the stream because I just feel like it's dead air, but it's also so good. And it's giving me the energy to get through this stream today. But I'll try to keep on track. Like I said, I kind of have 5 projects in mind. At first, it was a lot of very personal things. I find that's a fun... I like doing a live stream when I'm just designing something for myself because it's not a file I can necessarily share with other people, but at least people can learn the process and see how I do it. But I think we're going to start with a really simple project, something that just about anyone can get started with. So Nina, maybe this will be something early up on your design list for you to make on your own 3D printer. And it's something I just thought of maybe half an hour ago. I was laying in bed staring at the ceiling, looking at some hooks on the ceiling. I've got a lot of hooks coming up on the ceiling because I'm getting more and more plants. All the windowsills are occupied, so now it's time to start hanging plants. And so I got a lot of hooks, and I thought it would be fun to personalize them a bit. So this will be a great subject for the live stream, I think. Something that people can follow along with, but is also worth doing yourself versus me just putting a file up for you because, well, here's my box of hooks. As you can see, there's quite a variety. They're all so different. So to do what I want to do, it makes sense for all of you to do it for yourself if you want the same thing going on. And basically, we're going to use 3D printing to do some embedded hooks, because I could just 3D print a plastic hook, but I'm not going to trust plants hanging from that for too long. But my idea is to do this idea that's been around for a long time, but it's always really fun. Start a print, pause it at just the right layer height when you can insert something like this hook, and then you continue the print. And then you have a fully enclosed hook with a plastic casing around it. So you can have it be a fun color, maybe add some textures or something so that when you stare at that hook on the ceiling, it's not just a fixture, but it's a part of the design. That's the goal for today. So let's see. This is the hook we're going to be working with. And if you look at it really closely, it's not, look, let's use my fancy cameras here. I don't know if that's actually any better. Hold on. If you really look at it, it's not just like a perfect half circle or anything. It's actually quite irregular. So it would be a bit annoying to make this exact design and have it be a tight fit. So today we're going to use that flatbed scanner. And I think that actually is the best tool for this job. Calipers might work, but it would be tough to get a really accurate representation of this to scale into the computer. So now we're going to do it with the flatbed scanner. And then we'll go into Fusion and design the part around it. So I'm going to show you how it's all done. Just setting up the camera here. Not that you really need a view of the scanner while it's doing its thing, but maybe it helps. I really need to work on my lighting situation here for live streams. I added this crazy bright light, but it's actually, my computer can't even adjust. The cameras are overwhelmed by the brightness of it. So I need something kind of in between the lights I have right now. But this is going to be very simple. We're simply going to take that hook. Oh, well, one little tip that some of you might not think of is metal like this is prone to scratching glass like the bed of the scanner. So even though this was a cheap tool, I do want to take care of it. So I just cut this square, this rectangle of plastic out of some packaging, some air filters I bought or something. And it's not going to interfere too much with the scan, but it will protect the bed so I can continue scanning for years to come. So now I'm going to throw that on there. I'm going to leave the lid open. It actually doesn't matter. It'll just make the background be black instead of white. Maybe in certain situations, one or the other is better. And then another very important key for the way we're doing it today is to have a scale. So here I just have this ruler. It only fits diagonally, but that works for this little part. And really, we'll realign everything in Fusion, so you don't have to worry about everything being square or anything at all. Just make sure everything's flat against the bed. If I want to be like super precise about it, I can press that hook down a little bit more. I'll just place this battery here on top because that's just gonna force it to really be flat. That's my setup. Super simple. Super simple. Now I'm gonna open up the scanning. This is just the Windows scan tool, nothing insane. You don't have to download anything sketchy off the internet. Just a scan tool. We can do a preview if we want. Not totally necessary, but it'll give us a quick preview of the scan so we can make sure everything looks good. Absolutely beautiful. Now we'll do the actual scan. Even the resolution here, if you do 300 DPI, that should be enough. In my case, it's at 600, I think, so that's also fine. It's just gonna go a little bit slower, but that gives me time to eat another bit of my Fika. So it's not a bug, it's a feature. Thank you, Ricky. I'm glad you liked the Super Box sweater. It's a very interesting beer name. I was instantly intrigued by it when I got to Portugal last summer. And then I discovered that it's kind of like one of the biggest beers out there in Portugal. And it's quite good, I must say. Good and cheap. And yeah, there's also a project came out of it because I lost the string for the jacket, or for the sweater. So I 3D printed my own drawstring. Little bolo tie mechanism. Super fun. And, you know, I bought it in a tourist shop, but it's actually a very cozy, comfy sweater. One of my favorites to wear. So if you go to Sintra, if you travel to Sintra in Portugal, go to the tourist shop right by the train station when you arrive there. Beautiful place. Highly recommend if you're visiting Portugal. Take a day trip to Sintra. Go check out the palace. I didn't go inside. Me and my dad were more about the surroundings, the nature, and we walked through the garden, but we didn't go inside. We didn't take the tour. We didn't want to follow a big queue. But the island was beautiful. Totally worth the day trip. The tourist shop in there sells these super box sweaters. And you can haggle. You can talk them down. I think I got it for 25, 30 bucks. Pretty good for tourists. For a touristy item, I guess. Decent price. Maybe I got scammed, but I'm enjoying it. So that's what matters. Okay, we've got our scan now. Our scan is in. Let's, here we go. I'm gonna eat some more, but, I mean, you can use anything to view it. I'm in my image viewer here, so, you know, you can see we get a really nice crisp image, a pretty darn clear outline of our hook. Now, the thing with a flatbed scanner is it has a very shallow focus. Really, as soon as something isn't flat against the bed, minus this plastic sheet or so, it starts to get blurry. So that's kind of a limitation of the flatbed scanner for sure. But in this case, I think it'll work just fine. And we can actually use the calipers as well to just confirm the thickness of that hook. We'll do that. We're just using this to really get the shape of the curve just right. Hey Nina, I am not Swedish, but I've moved here. I've been here for just over 2 years now. So yes, I'm being culturally appropriate and eating fika as often as possible. And far too much coffee. The funny story is I recently went to the dentist. And she's like, oh, are you eating a lot of sugary foods or sweet foods? You need to cut down on that. And I'm like, no, but I'm drinking a lot of coffee, like a liter every morning. And she says, oh, that's fine. That's no problem. Swedes will never trash talk coffee. Okay, we have our image now. So we're going to take it into Fusion. Let's see. I do need to find my scan here. Okay. Here we are in Fusion 360. potentially another contender for my favorite design tool, but I didn't count that as a tool. I was thinking physical hardware. I do love Fusion. It is a fantastic tool. No, Nina, awesome that you're also from Sweden. I love having Swedish viewers. It's been really fun here, and you're all so welcoming. It is a beautiful, beautiful country. I am instantly in love with it, and I don't think I'm gonna leave if I can help it. The cold is a bit much this year, but I had fun with my nephew in the snow today and did some sledding, so it's also very enjoyable. I really appreciate the existence of seasons compared to California, where it's summer all year long. Endless summer does get a little bit tired. Mm. I would love to do some VR sculpting again. I'm surprised that VR kind of faded. It was really popular, and now there hasn't been a lot of development. So I haven't had the opportunity to get VR here at my new place. Anyways, let's continue on here. We're in Fusion. We're gonna go here to this insert window. Oh, 1 second. I'm gonna turn on my key visualizer so y'all can see shortcuts I type and whatnot. I really hope I fixed my problem with the last live stream where I was accidentally using shortcuts that switched my camera view. But I think I'm getting a handle of things slowly. We're gonna go here to insert and insert canvas. Now we go to insert from my computer, and I've already gone to my scan file here. You can see a lot of different things I've scanned using the flatbed scanner in the past couple of days, most of them with that ruler for scale. And so here's the hook. We're gonna bring it in, drop it on the top plane, and it looks like a little tiny thing right now. That's fine. We're just gonna hit OK for now. Get to our top view. Now we're gonna go here to this drop down menu on the right. There's the canvas. We right click on it and click calibrate. This is how we manage to let the software know the actual scale of this thing. And the way I do it is, well, these lines might not be 100% accurate, but I'm gonna go as close to the 0 line as possible. And then the larger the distance you're covering, the more accurate it'll get. So if I go all the way to the 300 here and click that point, even if, you know, the paint on this ruler has worn off a bit or something, it's going to be a very, very marginal margin of error here. So now here, it gives me a little pop-up. I'll click 300 since that is the distance on the ruler, and boom, it blows up. Now this whole image is more or less perfectly to scale and very useful. Now we can go back again, right click, edit canvas, just so that we can rotate this a bit and try to line it up more with the canvas. It's always good practice to have things more or less aligned with the origin. I don't think it'll matter too much with this one, but you know, and I'll try to make it straight up. Is that a straight line? That's pretty darn good. Okay. So yeah. Why not just align it with, well, no. Okay. There. I'm gonna have my design stop here because the screw obviously needs to be screwed into the ceiling. Actually, I'll give it a little bit more. We want to make sure we get into wood, or at least through the drywall and whatnot. There we go. So that's all I would do, but you can go in here, you can adjust the opacity if it's annoying, how dark it is, or if you need to get a better view, you can turn it up, but 50% is generally good. Display through means you can see sketches if they're in front or behind this canvas that's on the top plane. It's all fine. And the scale is now calibrated, so we're going to do that, hit OK, and now we start a new sketch on the same plane. now we can literally just do our normal sketch procedure. And like I said, I want my embedded part of the design to start a little bit, basically here at the top of the curve. In this case, I'm not going to model out the hook itself. Sometimes it is useful to just recreate the model in Fusion, but here I don't think it's necessary. I'm just going to start the curve. Well, you know what? It's actually like a rather, what's the word? I don't know. The shape isn't perfect. It's kind of wonky, which means a Bezier curve is probably the best way to go versus doing arcs and whatnot. I am gonna use my calipers. I'm allowed to use my second and favorite tools together. Always awkward trying to show this on my camera. Not that important anyways. You probably know how to use a caliper. And I can get a measurement. These are pretty much 3 millimeters in diameter exactly. So we'll go with that. I will add a tiny bit of extra margin to make sure this compensates for any slight inaccuracies when I make my actual hook. But for now, we'll do a Bezier curve, which, you know, you just drop in some points here and there. Then, oops, I'm confusing shortcuts from different programs. And now we can use constraints on the actual curve handles, which is nice. And generally, you want to use as few curves, as few handles as possible to get the cleanest curve. But I also said that it's kind of a wonky curve on this hook, so. And we're working on such a small item here that it's not so important. But anyways, good practice. Generally, you want to have your curves, as you can see, I constrain them to be just horizontal or vertical, except for this last one that's ending at an angle. But that's a good way to minimize the amount of curves you use. And I actually would like to get a better view of this hook, so I will go ahead and increase the opacity. Maybe this is a design where I would have wanted to use the scanner closed to get a white background, or just lay a piece of paper over it. In any case, I think we're getting a close enough representation here. And now that I've done this outside curve, I can hit O to offset, select that line. Oh, turn off chain selection, so we're just selecting this one curve, offset that 3 millimeters, and see how that looks. As you can see, some of the curves get a little less pretty here. So I can keep doing a little bit of work to make it smoother. You usually want to use to draw the smaller curve and then offset to the larger one. I now realize that maybe I did that wrong. I was just thinking of this first curve, which is smaller than this one, but this whole loop is the opposite. Anyways, we'll give it some extra clearance, like I said. I am curious to see now that we've already offset this. If we right click here, we can insert a spline point, which gives us more control. Oops, keep doing that. But will that, oh yeah, so that's nice. You can insert an extra spline point at any point if you do feel like your curve isn't matching close enough with the number of control points. Very handy. This is something that's easy to get obsessive about. But also, it's better to get things right the first time. And that's a big reason I'm such a fan of the flatbed scanner, even for simple parts. I could try to get it right with the calipers, but doing it this way makes it easier to get it right the first time. All right, I think this is pretty good though. I'm gonna give this a decent little, I don't know, how much clearance do I want to give this? That's a question that is sort of arbitrary. But, I mean, for one thing, we can just offset this line already and say, how far do we have to offset it before we're sure that it won't touch the hook? That already looks fine. That's 0.2 millimeters, more or less. So let's just go minus 0.15 in that direction, 0.15 in this direction. And something that was just added to Fusion that's such a huge improvement, but also something that should have happened a long time ago. In the past, you couldn't offset an offset. You'd have to offset the original line. And that was annoying. Sometimes involved extra math. It'd be like, oh, I'm going to offset this 3.15 to make a 3 millimeter wall. Now we can select this offset line already. And we'll say, okay, we want the printed wall now to be, I don't know, 2 millimeters. This is not a, the whole reason that I'm embedding a hook is so that the metal part itself is giving the part its strength. The PLA is more or less just decorative. Although we don't want the wall to be too thin that it'll crack, but this already looks a little fat. I might bring it down to 1.6. Could be 1.2 also, I don't know. What material recommendation do I have? Currently only using PLA. When would you recommend other materials? Nina, to this day, 10 years of 3D printing, I use PLA almost all the time. A lot of people swear by PETG, but I don't get the hype around that. While I call Flatbed Scanner underrated, I would say PETG is a little overrated. For one thing, PLA is a bioplastic, so it's created from renewable resources. Not all plastics are created equal. But also, I don't know. People talk about how stiff PLA is, but PETG seems much more brittle to me. Like I have PETG parts shatter a lot more often. Don't type the same dimension, reference it. Yeah, maybe. That's a good practice that I'm bad at practicing. In this case, the design is so simple that it's like, okay, yeah, I don't mind typing the dimension twice. But if I wanted to make a parametric design that's easier for other people to work with, it might be smart to just reference once I start using the same measurements across the design. Okay, it's not a perfect curve here, but this is going to be so tiny. I have to remind myself that it's going to be a tiny little curve. So I'm gonna let it slide. And you know, I should have probably just offset here as well. I'm gonna make this a little round, just a little fun bit to add to the design. And I'll extend these so they're touching. There we go. That's all I need to sketch, really. We could click these two lines. Oh no, just kidding. I wanted to find the minimum distance here, but we can also just do this to get an idea. It's roughly 5 millimeters, over 5 millimeters. So, you know, I could use this size of hook to hang standard paracord. That'll do. And also, I'm just creating a cover for this hook, but you could, in theory, do all kinds of fun stuff with it. Next process, we want to create a space for this to nestle inside. So I'm going to do a symmetric extrusion of these walls. I'm selecting this setting here so that it's referencing the entire length of the extrusion, and it's going to be 3.2 millimeters. Give that extra 0.2 for when we're embedding the print. What the heck, 3.3. So it's the same tolerance all around. I gave it 0.15 clearance on either side, and now it'll have 0.15 on either side there as well. Like I said, a really tight fit would make this very strong. In the future, our slicers will have the option to like inject a fat bead of molten plastic to make the hook perfectly embedded inside the part. But for now, it's just gonna kind of be chilling in there, and that'll do. Okay. We can actually turn off the canvas now since it's a little distracting. Now I'm gonna select all the profiles here. I'm gonna select this bottom face as the starting plane and extrude down. We'll make that, what was it, 1.6 that I was doing? We could do 1.2 here since this part will be printed flat like this. So these bottom layers will be very strong. These side layers will be a little bit weaker since it's a bunch of small layers versus these big flat planes. So we got that. Now we can select that extrusion we just did, and we're gonna mirror it. So you can go to create mirror. Make sure it's set to features. And for the mirror plane, we're gonna select this top plane that we started on. Since we did a symmetrical extrusion before, that allows us to mirror it that way quite easily. And there's our part. If you want it to be super, super simple, you could stop right there. And to figure out when to switch to pause the printer, you can click on this face and the bottom face and see here that it's a 4.5 millimeter distance. So if you pause at 4.5 or 4.4 millimeters, the print will stop, you drop the hook in, and then complete the print, and it'll be embedded into place. We can make this a little prettier by adding some fillets here. I mean, technically a 1.5 is gonna be really clean for the hook. The top we want to keep flat more or less because we need to be able to drop the hook in. But we did give it that extra clearance, so I think we'll be okay giving it just a, well, we want to do chamfers. Chamfers are safer on this kind of a thing, and we'll just do a tiny, tiny little chamfer to give it a little bit of extra strength. Just the 0.15. A little bit extra adhesion. Yeah, I haven't found PLA getting too brittle or breaking in the Bowden tube with like just about any filament except for the absolute cheapest PLAs. But even super cheap, like $10 per kilogram rolls, I don't have that problem often. So I guess my solution to that is just buy filaments that don't get brittle, but it could also be a matter of your filament getting wet. Anyways, as you can see, I'm adding some chamfers to the outside edges. That's definitely gonna make it look a little nicer, not quite so clunky. But we're also kind of going with the clunky vibe here because that's just the result of embedding our hook inside of a print. What's up, El Mario Rose from Spain? Welcome, welcome. You're getting into the stream near the end of this first project, but I think from here I'm gonna do another one of my own, adding some fillets here to round it out. 2 millimeters looks good. I'm doing a lot of vibe-based design right now, but I think that's it. I mean, it would be fun to maybe add some like bumps or extra texture, but this maybe for a bigger hook. This one is so small so that it's not really worth it. If I were to design a cover for this hook, for example, there'd be more space to add extra texture. I mean, we could always print with fuzzy skin or something. Fuzzy skin is a nice, super easy way to add a little extra flair, and it actually adds some strength, I find, because the messiness kind of forces the layers to bind a bit better when you're printing with them. So maybe I will do a very light fuzzy skin. And yeah, why don't I just set this up in the slicer? Well, okay, I'm not done. I'm never quite done. Little bit of extra finesse here, just some 0.3 millimeter chamfers on these edges. Like that. Little tiny radiuses, fillets here. Will be nearly imperceptible, but I just do it. I do it because it's pretty and it makes me sleep easier. There we go. We can hit Control 4 to get a little more of a clean idea of what this will look like. We can color it with the Appearance tab. That's what it's all about with this design, giving it fun colors. What's up, Nandrop in Malmö? Not too far, maybe a 4-hour train ride from us here in Kalmar. There we go. Again, not the cleanest hook, but it's so tiny, and it's just for me. I can't really offer this file because unless you're buying the exact same hooks, then it won't really work. Although, I don't know. At least all of these are pretty consistent. Even though they look a little bit lumpy, they all look lumpy in the same way. These ones from Biltema. There are a lot of Swedes in the chat, so maybe it is worth sharing the file, but not on things. If you're in Sweden and you want this file for these very specific Biltema hooks of this specific size, which I can get a rough measurement. I don't actually remember the size of the hooks. I don't know. They're about 10 millimeters on the inside. So that means a 12 millimeter. I don't know how they even measure the hooks. But anyways, there we go. We've got our hooks cover. I really would like to get a little Bamboo A1 Mini in here or something, like a small printer that I can print things during the live stream without having to leave and come back. Last stream, I half joked, was half serious about cutting a hole into the wall so I could just crawl through to my next door studio where I have my printing going on. But a little bit of last minute research before the stream showed me that I might be violating some building codes if I do that without authorization and permits and whatnot. All that annoying stuff. We've got our hook here. I'm going to save it. I'm going to save it while I eat another bit of cardamom bular. Oops. I don't actually know the measurement here. I'll have to double check that. All right. Now we gotta save this as an STL, 3D printing. So we'll go to this bodies panel. You can just go ahead, right click, save as mesh, hit OK here. We don't need to change any of the settings. I'm sorry, I'm hiding this part because again, spoilers. I'm saving this into the file where where I have all my ongoing projects. What printer do I currently have? I have several printers. I've got a Bamboo Lab X1 Carbon, which I'm gonna slice this for now. Probably my fanciest machine. Very reliable. Works well for multi engineering materials and such. Although it doesn't have a heated build volume, which my other printers do have. My Cheedy printers, I have a Cheedy X1. No, what am I saying? Cheedy. The naming conventions of these printers are insane sometimes. I have a Cheedy Q1 Pro, a Cheedy Plus 4, and most recently a Cheedy Max 4 or 4 Max, Max 4. I don't even know the naming. Just call them a 1, 2, and a 3. Okay, I brought the file in here. It's oriented correctly because I designed it that way. And you'll notice I filleted everything, but not the top and bottom surfaces, because when it comes to printing, it'll actually look cleaner this way, in my opinion. I tend to use 0.16 millimeter standard settings. We can give it a quick preview. There's our slicer preview. There's a little bit of weirdness going on there. That often happens when you're like have these kinds of thin walls that slowly transition in thickness. But as you can see, since I did design this wall thickness to be a multiple of the 3D printing nozzle, 0.4 millimeters, I made 1.6 millimeter walls, and that gives us a really nice clean wall for this part. This transition does get a little weird. One of the easy things to check is to try switching the wall generator between Classic and Arachne. Arachne kind of does a little more gap filling, a little more multiple width printing. So as you can see, it fixed this layer at least by creating this thinner extrusion in the middle. It still has to like jump around between, it's kind of doing everything here between layers. Here's a layer with a very thick inner shell, then it does a very thin inner shell, then it just does one fat inner gap fill, then it does a really fat second shell, and as it gets down to the regular thinness, it goes to a normal one. It's all fine to me. And it's all solid already with the default settings because there are no extremely thick walls. I would just go ahead and also turn on only one wall on the first layer. I think it's nice and clean. And in this case, it'll shave off a few seconds of doing a perimeter twice when it's already doing all this filling. Now Arachne is on, yes. Nice, Nina. The Bamboo Lab P1S is pretty much the X1 combo without, it's just not enclosed, right? I think it's more or less the same. You're definitely going to get amazing prints off of it. Okay. Oh, right. Of course, we have to program the pause in. So the way to do that easily is just to preview the layers here until, boom, that top wall. At this point, we would not be able to get a hook in there. So we want to go down a layer. And now click on this plus sign, or right click, and hit add a pause. That easy. Now the printer will pause. I've got the Bamboo Handy app on my phone, so it'll notify me. But also, it's only 14 minutes into the print, so you don't have to wait around too long. The nozzle moves out of the way already, so you just have it pause. You just walk over your printer, open it up, drop the hook in there, and then click the resume button on the printer. And then it'll continue the print uninterrupted, hopefully, as long as the hook is sitting flat. I didn't check the balance of the hook, but I think in this case it's heavy enough that it'll stay flat. Otherwise, you might need to design a little support for the bottom of it. Anyways, I'm pretty confident this will work. Unfortunately, I can't do it right now during the live stream because it would require me to leave the stream for a while. But yeah, once this print is done, it'll be totally captured inside. I did mention I use PLA for most of my prints. For this one, maybe I would use ABS or ASA to make it a little bit stronger. Both of those are a little noxious, not the best thing to print with if you're going to be in the room with the printer. I'm fortunate enough to have an entirely separate building for my printer, so I've been doing a little more ABS ASA printing. They're especially nice materials for things that are going to be exposed to heat, that need to maintain their shape for a long time. Plastics are often like almost liquid in a sense, in the sense that like over a long period of time, especially if they're under duress or have some strain or weight, they will bend over time. So building shelves entirely out of PLA, it might seem super sturdy, but then maybe 2-3 years in, it'll just suddenly give way or break or just slowly start sagging over time. How's my new 3D life in Europe? My life in Europe is fantastic, and it's not too personal. In fact, if you find my channel Skapa Alt, that's SKAPA space ALLT. I don't make too many videos on there, but I do talk about my life in Sweden more specifically. Whereas I try to keep this channel about 3D printing and design and art, but it's also anything goes here on Make Anything. That's why I called it Make Anything. Okay. So yeah, this is pretty much ready to go. I did say that I might do fuzzy skin to make it a little extra strong. How do I still not know where to find some of these settings sometimes? I thought it was under other. Yeah, it is. Okay, here, fuzzy skin. Just make sure it's... Oh, wait, this won't work. I was thinking it would work as a contour, but because of the orientation here, the inside of the hook also counts as a contour. So you definitely wouldn't want to do that. It'll mess up all the clearances here on the inside. So I think there is paint on fuzzy skin now. That might be an option. You could also just account for the extra space. If you're going to have a fuzzy skin with a thickness of 0.2, for example, you can, in Fusion, make the design an extra 0.2 thick. Like add that much extra offset on the inside. But I can't be bothered here. I'm just going to print it like this. And I probably won't even make a short about these hooks or anything. I don't think I'll do anything. Maybe I'll throw them in a video or something. I can at least throw up a little Instagram story in the next day or two once I've printed this. Link you to the channel. I actually don't know how. Something like that. There might be, I don't know if there's a space or not. I don't even, it's not too often that I visit there, shamefully. But if you just search Skapa Alt in the YouTube search bar, it should show up. It's the Make Anything logo, but in blue and yellow, of course. Oh, sorry, I had the camera on me a little too long, I think, while I was trying out fuzzy skin. But in any case, I'm still making that mistake. But you didn't miss anything here except for the print obviously not looking too good. If I did a 0.2 fuzzy skin like that, it would mess up the inside walls because these are open contours. There are ways to get around that. You can do multi-part models and whatnot. I have a whole video on multi-texture modeling. This would surely be an excellent case for that. But nah, that's it. And what do you know? What was meant to be my super quick first project of the night ended up taking how long? An hour, maybe? Something like that. How long have we been going here? Gotta get an idea of like where. Ooh. All of my things. Oh, I don't know. Anyways, I guess sorry. I'm getting thrown off a little. When I preview my live stream, it's just showing the it's still showing not me. No, everything's good. 55 minutes. Okay, cool. That's not too bad. 1 hour. If I did this project myself, it'd be 10, 15 minutes. But, you know, hopefully some of you out there who are newer to 3D design get motivated to give this a shot. I hope it was accessible enough. What's up, Wolfman? You enjoyed the 3D printed puzzle box. Awesome. I'm glad you enjoyed that. When I designed it a long time ago, the print was a little bit too complicated for the time, I think. Now printers can handle it more easily, but back then, unfortunately, people had problems, and also it took like 3 times longer to print. What's up, Ciphers? Is it pronounced Ciphers? How's the weather? It's been okay. Definitely chilly, hovering around 0 degrees, a little bit below freezing. We got a little bit of snow, but it was melting a bit today. I think it was actually plus degrees. But yeah, it's fine. It's fine. I did have a little debacle with my air conditioning, my heating unit over the past couple of weeks, and that was no good because you don't want your heater to stop functioning in the winter. And it was just basically using way more electricity than it should have. I got a painful electricity bill for January. Got to eat some emotional support Fika now. Remembering my electricity bill. By the way, I did want to update y'all, or at least just show you my design from my last live stream 2 weeks ago, where I did my remixing STL file, and we designed this planetary gear with an end cap. That's going to help me with my rolling photo paper backdrops. And it ended up working super smoothly. The print is like very tight tolerances. It fits onto the paper rollers. Very happy with that. So that's a success. Oftentimes, as hard as I try to get things right, it does take 1 or 2 prototypes. But in this case, we got it. I mean, okay, I did still do 1 or 2 prototypes, but the one I designed on the stream worked. And again, with this little hook design, I'm very confident. Anyways, now we've got to decide what to do next. I want to do 1 more project tonight, I think. I'm going to maybe talk a little less and just try to like hone in and focus on the project, maybe. Because it will be slightly more involved, and I've got several things. I think I know which one I want to do, but I'll tell you guys what I'm looking at. One thing, maybe it's just the case of talking about it rather than actually doing it for some of these. This is a little compost bin. Came with the house. I've printed my own trash bins. You can see my videos about home prints. Love those, but I also hate something going to waste or this being like trash just because it's missing a lid. Which sure, it could be used for other things. But anyways, I thought it would be fun to make a lid for it. And even though it's a very simple print, it is somewhat a large print, even if it's a thin, flat lid. It's one of those things I want to get right in 1 attempt, or as few attempts. Excuse me, I'm out of coffee. As few attempts as possible. So putting this face down on the scanner is an excellent way to get these subtle curves. You know, it's not a perfect rectangle. This is a bit curved. We've got some radiuses here, radii, and the hinges here. It's something that I could probably get decently right with my calipers, but I think I could get it nearly perfect with the flatbed scanner. Good case for that. Back to this camera. Oh gosh, the cable's not long enough. Well, another thing, if I can show you, was just this shelf. It's got this edge that I sometimes bump into, or the arm of my chair bumps into, and I'm worried that this will eventually just get some chunks taken out of it, this foam. Also, this chair has been pretty sturdy. But yeah, I thought it would be fun to make a little TPU bumper for it. Another super simple print. Of course, the challenge there is that I don't know how easy it would be to take that shelf out. Although, now that I think about it, it might be possible. I could probably take off the shelf, put it on the flatbed scanner. But another technique, a little grade school era technique, is to just use a piece of paper and rub a crayon or a pencil against it to get an impression. There you go, very simple, just because this curve here is very subtle. Get an impression that way, throw it on the flatbed scanner, and use this as a reference, maybe with some double checking from the calipers since it's a little less accurate. But yeah, I thought that was a fun way to do it. I actually did recently do something similar. I've got a ladder in my small house, and I wanted some TPU feet for it, but it's slightly awkward in shape, so I just took this filament box over there and put it against and traced it, so I don't have to figure out how to get a ladder into my flatbed scanner. You can also just trace something and use this on the flatbed scanner, and that worked really well. I got it right first try. That was actually a really fun project because the ladder was a little bit wobbly. One leg was a little higher than the other, so I was able to design two slightly different feet so that it now is a perfectly stable ladder. That's one of those little super satisfying projects. Hello, Kathy Garcia. Welcome to the stream. Okay, so compost cover, little desk edge protector, foot for the ladder. Another case that I thought was kind of fun would be to make a holder for these batteries. I'm wall mounting my vacuum cleaner. I have the battery charger already mounted, but I have a few spare batteries that I thought would also be nice to have in the same corner of my house reserved for cleaning supplies. And it's another one of those things with a slightly weird curve. And this is a more three-dimensional object, so it would require some work with the calipers to figure out these little tabs and whatnot. But I could at least get a good idea of this top shape by scanning it. And I actually did already scan some of these things. Let's see if I can get over to my scans. So I can show you what these different things look like scanned. At the very least, if I don't design them all on the live stream. Okay, here we go. So there you can see, like I mentioned, as soon as something's off the bed of the flatbed scanner, it gets quite blurry. It gets a little less accurate, but I could at least get this curve well, and then I could start using my calipers in addition to that, referencing that edge to get the positioning more accurate for the rest of these parts that I might be interfacing with. I think that would work quite well. Here's what the compost bin basket looks like. We get a really good idea of that, so that'll be a really quick project. Whether or not I do it on the live stream, I definitely think I'll do this lid just as a really quick personal project. just to save a bin there. This is what that little edge thing looks like. I'll probably do all of these projects, to be honest, but I know they're not all the most exciting. Here's the scan of the leg for the printer. There's a few other things. But what I feel like doing today is maybe the more complicated one, but I still think I can manage it in an hour or less if I don't get too distracted. But it's a mount for my toothbrush charger in the bathroom. I'm all about getting things off of flat surfaces, off of tables and onto walls, so that I could put my dirty laundry on that surface and I can get this out of the way. So I was thinking of mounting this on the wall, and since it's got to be plugged in, why not use the outlet as a kind of a mounting point for the toothbrush, and maybe hiding the cable while we're at it. I think that would be really neat and tidy. I'm not the first to do this. I was inspired by some other people's posts on Reddit doing similar things, but this is one of those things where it's pretty custom. I got my specific toothbrush charger, got these Swedish outlets, and I don't even know how consistent the outlet covers are, or if this is a very specific one as well. In any case, I think I'm going to do that. And these are both things that are easy to scan. The bottom of this is flat. This is flat. This, of course, is just about a perfect rectangle. It would be pretty darn simple to just measure it with the calipers. I realized today, as I was kind of thinking through this live stream, it's kind of crazy that I haven't got a radius gauge yet. Like there's digital radius measuring tools, just like a caliper. There's even adapters for calipers, although those are a bit tricky. I did print this radius gauge that someone designed, which I thought was pretty nifty. It's all 3D printed, a little bit tough. Anyways, it's just not accurate enough for the millimeter level. It's nice if I want to measure like a 10, 15, 20 millimeter radius, but if I'm trying to figure out between 7, 7.5, or 8, it gets a little trickier. And all I've done many times is just kind of figuring out, like, you can get a good idea of measuring it just by eye or like with the calipers and figuring out where the radius starts and ends, but that's still not perfect. So it would be really nice to get this super good on my first try, and with the flatbed scanner, that's a pretty darn guaranteed way to do it. So, yeah, I actually already did scan these parts. Here they are. You can see they're really flat objects, so we get really crisp, clean outlines here. Super accurate. So I think I'm just gonna jump into it, actually. I'm feeling motivated to do this design. So we'll create a new design here. Insert, canvas. I'm gonna go a bit faster here, but feel free to ask questions in the chat, or if you're watching this later on, leave questions in the comments. I'm always happy. I'm trying to be educational here. Let's see, where's my scans at? Okay, bringing that in on the top plane once again. We'll hit OK at first, then go back to canvases, right click, calibrate. Once again, we're just using the ruler here. Clicking right at the start of 0, going right all the way over to 300. This one actually ended up a bit blurry for some reason, but yeah, between 0 and 300, I can't imagine there being more than like a 0.1 millimeter inaccuracy. As long as the ruler is accurate. I don't know, I got this ruler at a thrift shop. It seems pretty accurate. It's like an architecture style ruler. So hopefully it's accurate. Okay. So I've got the canvas in here. I'm actually going to use the same canvas twice, I think. I never actually have checked if I could just Well, I can just move the canvas. It would have been nice to duplicate the canvas. I don't think I can do that. It doesn't seem like there's a duplicate option. Can I copy and paste? Okay, because now I've got these two objects. In any case, let's start by making this easier design, this box here. And this might seem crazy, but rather than finagle with the canvas here and try to line it up perfectly, I'm gonna purposefully leave it not lined up and then just do all the lining up with constraints. As you can see, it's already automatically like sensing that I'm trying to create a perpendicular shape here. So 3 perpendicular constraints, and now we're stuck with our rectangle. And then we can go here. Oh, of course, Fusion doesn't like it when you don't tell it exactly what to move. This is so unconstrained. One thing that you can do is just right click a point and use the fix unfix constraint. It's kind of a taboo constraint to use because it's not actually tied to like exact dimensions in the file, but I'm just using it temporarily here so that I can make sure that this angle is what I'm adjusting rather than moving the line or something. It's still not perfect, but another beautiful thing about good design, my hope here is that this will be a precise measurement. Look at that, 100.19, which tells me that it's probably just about 100. See, I'm not perfectly lined up, so let's see if I make this 100. And this is just about 82, so I'm going to guess that it actually is meant to be 82. But we're also going to give clearance to the design, of course. But now we can kind of keep fixing the angles. Okay, so actually it's not exactly 82. Here there's clearly a bit of a gap. Let's see, 83. 83 is too much. That looks like an 82.5 to me. Right now I'm not adding any tolerance because I'm actually going to create the reference shape here, and then I'll build around it. So I made the rectangle. That's all I need right now. Now I will be using my calipers to extrude it. My design is actually just going to be this thin interface that this is going to screw onto my print and hold everything together. So I don't need to design all these scalloped edges and all this complicated stuff inside. It's tempting. It's always fun to have like a really realistic representation of the object in Fusion. It's also good practice. But I told you I'm trying to be efficient with this design, so I'm just gonna get like a general. Okay, yes. If we make it a 15mm extrusion, that gives us an idea of this edge. And since this is an injection molded part, we do have to realize that this is almost always going to be drafted. It's not perfectly parallel here. It kind of comes inward. Again, the way I'm designing it, that's not going to matter too much, but it would be something to consider if you're, for example, designing a whole face that fits on top of this and needs to be very tight for some reason. Then I would go in with my calipers and measure both the bottom and the top and make sure that I have that correct draft angle. Nina, I feel like I should take my time and learn Fusion. I've dabbled in Blender since I liked the model, but Fusion seems easier when you need accuracy for prints. I think that's a good intuition. Unless you're already like so in deep into Blender that it's just sometimes the best tool is the one you're good at, right? So maybe it is worth sticking with Blender. Blender could certainly do all of this. There are plugins and add-ons to make sure that it's millimeter accurate, but definitely Fusion is more purpose-built for this job. All right, I've selected the corners here for the radius, and now I can so easily match the radius of this. Look at that. And it is some weird 9.631, so Unless I had a digital radius gauge, that's not the measurement I would have gotten. Although, what happened here? Did my design get dimensionally incorrect at some point? Oh. Oh. When did that happen? Maybe it was 82, not 82 and a half after all. Or, I actually think this whole outlet is just a little bit wonky. It is old. It came with the house. Doesn't seem like these are entirely 100% parallel. But I think this might be more like 82. And I just need to unfix this and line it up a little bit better. All right, so I think everything here is just kind of imperfect measurements, but there we go. That's it's a little off, but a little more accurate. Accurate enough. I'll just have to compensate for that with the clearances I add later. But that's pretty darn accurate. And now we can go back and edit the radius again. One thing that's way nicer with a parametric software like this versus Blender is the ability to go back and forth between stages of your design. Now I can change this. I went back to change the original sketch and then it automatically updated and kept the radiuses and stuff I added later on. So yeah, for more complicated designs, I mean, I'm envious of people who are good at Blender, but for 3D printing, I'm glad I ended up working in Fusion. Okay, so we've got that. And remember, I just modeled it wonky, not aligned to anything. Now we can go ahead and fix that by using the Align tool. First, I'll align this face to this plane so that it's all perpendicular, parallel to the XY plane. And then I'll also select Align again and select the center point and the origin. Now it's perfectly aligned in the middle. Very nice. Now this outlet is on the wall, so I guess the orientation is technically a bit wrong, but I also think I'm going to be printing at this orientation. In any case, not a critical thing. What's up, Creative Productions? Kul att se att du är live. Ja, det är kul att vara live. Det är alltid pinsamt att prata svenska. Särskilt på en livestream. Men bra övning. Okay. Sorry, I speak one word of Swedish and then I just impulsively stick some Fika in my mouth. There's our one object, the outlet. And now that's going to be working with this toothbrush charger thingy. But you know, not gonna lie, this shape is a little weird in all dimensions, so maybe this would be a case for 3D scanning. But I think we'll make it work. I'm not gonna try to do anything too complicated. I do want this to be like held down. Okay, if I wanted to spend way more time on it, and especially if it was something I was designing for more people than just myself, I would probably spend the time to make it something that just has a nice friction fit and snaps into place. In this case, I will at least just make a nice little platform for it. And using this flatbed scan to reference, I can make it a really nice conforming platform, but maybe not to the level where it's matching these weird curves. But a nice platform and some double stick foam tape will probably be my solution here. Actually, I disagree with myself. I'm gonna fight that impulse to be a little bit lazy. Sometimes lazy is fine, but in this case it would be worse of a design because I want to be able to take this off to clean it. Get some toothpaste on it every now and then, so it should be removable. So never mind. Actually, now I'm doubting my entire design because it's going to be mounted with the outlet cover, and you don't want to be taking an outlet cover on and off far too often, especially in a wet room like a bathroom. But nah, I think it'll be fine. Maybe in the future I'll revise, but for now, let's keep going with this plan. It won't be a bad design, just maybe not 100% the best. It's the one thing I don't like about live streaming is I feel like I have to commit to things. I can't. Gotta go with it. Okay, I'm gonna edit the canvas now because this one I feel like will be easier if I get it aligned at least a little better here. Actually, you know what? I'm just gonna do a quick rough alignment. It won't be perfect yet, but I just remembered another trick I like and a thing I love about Fusion, which is the ability to go back and forth. And I do think I shared this not too long ago for another design. Not entirely sure which one, but at some point I was doing this. Let's see. There we go. Looks pretty darn centered. But now what we can do, first of all, save the project. I really would love just some kind of program on my computer that just gives me a big notification that tells me to save every so often. If not something that actually saves me. Fusion, for some reason, doesn't like doing that. That's one of their big changes recently, being able to offset an offset sketch line. That was a great change. Next thing, if anyone from the Fusion team is watching, please autosave. You do have autosave, but not like it should be. Don't we have spring lids on bathroom outlet covers in Sweden? Not in my house. Sorry. Getting a text, but I don't know where I placed my phone. I don't even know if it's in this room. I hope it's nothing too critical. Okay. No. This is exactly how this is how the outlet looks in my bathroom. This one isn't from a bathroom, but it is identical. Where were we? Yeah, here we've got our sketch. This shape is also interesting. I don't think it's a perfect ellipse. It looks kind of like a super rounded rectangle or something. Yeah, my house is pretty new. My house was built in 2016, so. Okay, look at that. Oh, sorry. Gotta switch the screen. Okay, look at that. Pretty well centered. But now that I've created this oval, centered to the best of my ability, and this oval is perfectly aligned to the origin and to the virtual screen here, we can go back to edit the canvas and do a little bit more work. Another thing that would be nice, speaking of changes for Fusion, this anchor point, I wish I could change it from the center of the canvas to be the origin here. It would be a little easier to adjust. But anyways, we're just making some micro adjustments here. I'm actually surprised how well I aligned that just by eye. Okay, there we go. That's pretty darn accurate. We've got that ellipse. Now we've got another little shape here. There's a few ways to do this, but maybe we'll just create a rectangle. I'll select the origin and this line and right click. That gives you a list of common constraints. So here we'll do midpoint. I'll bring that here. And these ones that I'm not actually going to reference, I can hit X to turn them into construction lines. This one as well. That'll make it probably a bit easier later on. Now this curve, we can just go ahead and use the arc tool, 3-point arc. Click one side, click the other side, and zoom in as much as necessary to get that really nice accurate curve. Again, these things would be pretty tricky to measure if we didn't have this beautiful reference image. I'll also create one more rectangle just to simulate the plug coming out of the back of this thing. Maybe a little wider than it'll actually be, just so we keep in mind that there's something to make space for in our design. I can actually measure the cable physically as well. It's always fine to still reference things with calipers. It's actually an excellent way to double check. So it's 5 millimeters wide, so I can only make this 5.5. Be a little bit tighter of a design. Okay, looking good. Now that I also, again, referencing the actual design, I'm seeing that the flatbed scanner did a pretty good job of catching this curve outline that's a bit off the bed, which is awesome because now I have the dimension of the maximum width, but we can also get the dimension of the actual flat bottom in the same image. It's subtle, but it's there. You can see the curve. So that's cool. I probably could have done this in 2 separate sketches. I wasn't paying attention enough to realize that other circle wasn't the base. But anyways, now I'll do the actual base. This one is a little bit less of a perfect oval. That's a bit annoying. Okay, that'll work. It's going to be a little wider than it needs to be, but it's going to be hidden. Okay, I think that's actually all that we need here. Yes, looks good. So now we can start. How do I want to do this? Do I want to make a reference? Sure. I'm going to create a quick and sort of sloppy reference version of this, I think. So I'll use my calipers to see how far it is from the base up to that widest point. It's a little bit of eyeballing at this point, but you know, I can get a pretty good idea. Actually, I'm just gonna helps to set it on a flat surface sometimes. Okay, about 4.25. What am I doing? It needs to. Okay. So this back part extrudes straight up, but this oval part goes outwards. Okay, this is what I should do. Click on this top plane. And where I'm looking for offset plane. Oh, I gotta exit this sketch real quickly. Construct offset plane from the top plane. We're gonna go up 4 point. What did I say? 2.5. Let's make it 4.3. Now I can click on that offset plane, make a new sketch, hit P to project that outside oval. Now I can do a pretty accurate modeling of this by selecting this bottom oval. Then we're going to click loft and then click this profile. Whoa, something went wrong. We're just lofting from this little rectangle. Oops. Okay. Let me go back into this first sketch. I tried to do too much in one sketch for once. We don't actually need that. I'll turn that into a construction plane so it's easier to just select this oval in one click. Loft up to this bad boy. Yeah, it is pretty much a straight loft, so that's pretty accurate. It's actually a little rounded. Okay, let's round it a little bit. switch that to direction. There we go. You could pull this arrow to kind of just how aggressive it is. That looks pretty accurate. Might be doing a bit of overkill here. I don't know. It's another bit of like impromptu modeling where I might be doing more than necessary because I haven't planned out my design far enough. Okay, 9 millimeters for this little part. This goes up 9. Anytime you extrude through another shape, it'll try to cut by default. So we'll switch that to join. Well, actually, we'll switch it to a new body because we do still need to finish off this shape a little bit more. So it's not something I do often, and in this case, I probably still wouldn't do it, but you can, if you have a very far zooming camera, you can set this somewhere, zoom in, take a photo from the side, maybe with a ruler as well, and do the same kind of thing that we're doing with the flatbed scanner to get photos from other angles. No, not necessary here. Actually, let me show you what I'll do, because it's kind of a very silly and fun trick. It's not a trick, but okay. Let me try to do this for the sake of showing you a trick that is so silly, but if it works, it ain't that silly. Which is to literally hold an object up to the screen so that we can scan. Well, another thing you could do actually is design. Okay, I don't think I do this too often, but it is an even better way to do this. Create a sketch on the side plane here. We're gonna just create a sacrificial rectangle here and make it, say, 100 millimeters wide. Extrude that. Boom. Now we have a reference on the screen for what is 100 millimeters. This feels like cooking right here. I don't know how often people do this. I need to do this more often. It's so fun. Now you can use your calipers, set them to 100, put them on the screen, and you can literally use the zoom tool to match the dimensions there. Oh boy. And you can get a pretty perfect scale representation of, yeah, now my CAD is scaled to real life. I can hold this object from my screen and looking at it straight on, I can see how my curve compares to the curve of my digital object. I think that's a prime of example of it's not silly if it works, once again, because that's such a silly way to do it, but it works. And now I can actually, oh, darn, I zoomed in. I killed my perfect zoom. I think you can actually, yeah, you can create named views. I don't know if that saves the scale. I might be learning something right here. Let's test this. Named view. Scale. Right. Now if we go like this, blah, 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 and double click on that. Oh, then it jumps right back to that view at that scale. So maybe it would be worth doing that from the top side, left, right. In this, okay, blah, blah, blah. How silly. I love it. There we go. Update named view. Let's try it again. Jump back and forth. Does it actually zoom the same? Oh, it does. Awesome. Named views. That's something sort of new. I think like maybe within the last year or so it's been added to Fusion. I didn't find it too useful, but now I think it's really very fun and useful. Let's create a scan here. A sketch. Yeah, now I can like straight up just hold this object in front of my computer and trace it with this to match these strange curves. It's so, oh, I mean, I gotta zoom in, but I think it'll still help. I can at least guesstimate and then kind of get a better confirmation. Because I don't think this is like the same curve all around. And there's a flat top here. I'm already doing this a little different than I would, I think, but I don't know. It's just my live stream design habits are different for some reason. Okay, this is 24 millimeters tall. Now I can go back to my scaled view. I can, oops. Why am I blanking on how to just like leave the mentioning? I just want to drag things. Okay, hit escape a bunch of times. Okay, now I can get a little more accurate. Yeah, baby. The problem is I want to zoom in, but then I'm not to scale anymore. Kind of got to go back and forth, I guess. Maybe it's not the greatest idea, or it depends on the scale of the object you're designing. If I was making something that's the size of my monitor, then this would be brilliant. Anyways, that's pretty good. Maybe I'll straighten that out a little bit. Oh, this got really wonky. Well, like I said, it works for the occasional confirmation, I suppose. Can't go do all the design that way, but yeah, that's pretty fun. And that looks rather okay. Maybe this is coming in a little more. Yeah. This has to come in a bit more. I'm going to use my calipers and measure the top here. That'll be a little way to get some more accuracy into this. 53.4. Oh, 53.2. See, I was already within 0.2 millimeters just by holding my thing up to the screen. Wow. I have a new underrated technique. It's named views and making your screen to scale. It certainly is fun. This needs to be a little less rounded. Okay. Now I think I actually want, let's see, I'm going to select this profile offset and click. Oh, can I not snap it to this point? Why not? Anyways, what is it, 24? Yeah. I'll create this top view. We can also hide this artificial body we made. Now I can do another ellipse. I can project, first I'll project this, because that gives me the top and bottom of the ellipse. Ooh, it's wonky. And I can coincident. Bring this again back to the calipers. Now we're cooking. We're using many different techniques together. That's the real way to get it done. 40 wide there, just about. Now we can continue this loft we started. We'll do another loft. And we can use these drawings. Oops, I went to the wrong point there. Wrong constraint. This. Delete. No. I don't even know where this point came from. Why can I not delete this? What's going on? Okay, redraw that. Remember, it's 40 wide. Ellipse. Sometimes it's better to like draw the ellipse totally somewhere else so it doesn't start constraining unintentionally. Then go back and add the constraints. Oops. 1, 2. Make that 40. Now, loft from here to here. Guide rails. 1, 2. Oh, why is this? Oh, chain selection should not be on. Guide rail. 1 and 2. Now, we could do the same thing for this front view if we wanted to, but I think for my purposes here, this will be accurate enough. We can select join now because this is basically going to be one part. With my calipers, I was able to get that this is roughly a 3mm radius. I really, now that the more I think about it, it's like so silly that I don't have a radius measurement tool. I've only been a professional designer for decades. Okay, that's enough of that for what we're doing. We don't need to create the rest of this whole thing. I can delete this sacrificial body. Actually, make sure you don't delete. Use remove instead, because that keeps it in the feature tree here. If you hit delete and try to go back, you can't reference it anymore. It's kind of a little weird thing. I don't know why it defaults to delete. Remove is less destructive. Okay, now we'll create the little scene of like where we want the charger to be standing in relation to the outlet in real life. Maybe we name these two outlet. Come on. Let me rename you. Charger. Let's also save. Let's hide this body for a second. Hide sketches we don't need. Hide origins we don't need. We're not doing the named view thing anymore. Heck, we don't even need the canvas anymore. Oh, the canvas does get a bit annoying. It's such a relief to turn it off. Okay, so I'm going to hit S, A to find this align tool. First, I'll select that, and I'm going to align it to the bottom of the outlet. Like that. Now I'm gonna move it. Let's rotate it 90. So this is gonna be the wall. I want the charger on the right side. Do I want to just sticking straight out? I think I might as well put it at a little bit of an angle. You guys don't know the layout of my bathroom, but I'm kind of visualizing that right now, figuring out how I want this to be. It should be close to the outlet, keep it nice and compact, but not so close that I electrocute myself. Okay. For no reason other than slight OCD, maybe change that. No, I'm be good. There we go. The charger's going to be there. Outlet's going to be there. Let's move it a little bit further away. I know my propensity to get into accidents. I need a little more distance from electricity with my toothbrush. There we go. That should be pretty darn good, I think. We'll also move this up a tiny bit based on what I'm gonna design. We'll see. Let's design from here. Okay, so now these are just reference parts we've done so far. So classic, this is taking way longer than I expected, but that's okay. Now I'm going to start creating this part, and it should go faster now because we have references in the computer of what we want to make. I'm going to project this. I'm going to offset with the chain selection inward. 5 millimeters should be fine. I'm going to add some clearance outwards. Just 0.2 millimeters. I'm hoping that's enough. I want it to be a nice tight design here because this isn't a bathroom. We need water tightness. I'm going to offset that. Let's make it a little 3 millimeter lip. Pretty thick, but we want this to be nice and sturdy. Okay, so this part is going to be like a plate that's wedged between the wall and the outlet. Quite small and thin, but it's a large part, so we can get away with 1.2 millimeters. Make sure it's a new body. We gotta change the appearance of our reference objects to make sure that we're not accidentally joining them to our new parts that we're designing. I like to give everything different colors. Keeps it nice and easy. See ya, Creative Productions. Thanks for joining for a bit. Hopefully I'll see you in another live stream next Sunday or the Sunday after that. All right, now I can turn this sketch on again, and we're going to do one more. We're going to extrude upwards. Let's see. Is the clearance there? Yeah, we've still got the gap. How tall do I want this to be? I mean, the taller it is, the stronger it'll be. And the less, yeah, that's good. And it'll look nice. It'll be a little extra flair for my outlet cover too. That's pretty fun. We can go right ahead and start adding some chamfers here. It's gonna happen at some point. Actually, okay. Sometimes it's better to wait until the end to add chamfers because we're still gonna be joining things. So I will resist the urge right now. Okay. There we go. Outlet cover has this frame thing. That's what's gonna hold this whole part into place on my bathroom wall. Now we gotta connect this frame to the toothbrush holder. And we might move this now because let's see. This is 3 millimeters, but this part I want it to be a bit more sturdy because it's gonna be kind of on its own. So I'm gonna go back here and just raise this up another 3 millimeters. So it'll be 6 total, just about. Let's see, what am I gonna do now? I kind of just want to offset all of this, but I don't want to start working with meshes, so I'm gonna do a shell. So first thing I'll do is just copy paste this object. Then I'll select shell. And rather than selecting a face, well, okay, we're not using this top face, so I can select this top face. But if you now do an offset, say 2 millimeters, it creates a hole in the top, on the face that I selected. If I didn't want that hole, I could click on the body here on the tree, and it'll offset all the faces. So it'll be hollow, but there won't be any holes. Anyways, I am creating a new object now. It's a shell. There we go. That worked out. That's lovely. I think I was not thinking. Okay, Let's do 6 here. Very nice. It's always a moment of pride when you can offset something and it offsets correctly. But actually, no, we want to do 4 because we're going to create some snapping things. Hey, Amber, X-Amber, Xamber. What's with people making names in the chat that are so hard to pronounce? Not trying to call you out, but it's something I've noticed for so long. Rarely do I get usernames that are just guaranteed I'm going to pronounce it correctly. Okay, I'm going to do another copy of this charger, shell it once again so that I can create the tolerance within here. So it's going to be an outside. Let's do a rounded shell. Actually, no, let's not do a rounded shell. Let's see, offset it. How much? 0.2. I'm pretty confident in my design that I think 0.2 will be enough. Now we can use this little shell and that shell and use the combine tool to subtract the tolerance from the other one. Bada boom. Now we have walls that conform to the charger but also have the clearance built in. Very nice. And I won't forget the cable is coming out there. And also, as I mentioned earlier, I'm going to try to hide the cable within this design. Although I also have to keep in mind how this is being printed. This is the orientation here. So we already have some parts that I'm going to have to add something to so that this can print without supports. It's getting a bit tricky here. It's maybe a bit of a complicated design to freestyle, but I'm having fun. I'm having fun. Okay, I can also separate this one again, give it another color. A slightly different shade of yellowish orange because they will eventually come together, but I still want to know they're separate for the time being. Okay. Let's see. Where do we go from here? It would actually be nice if this part was printed standing up like this. I wonder if I want to split this up, or maybe I get rid of this overhang on the top. This does not need to be this thick. I could make it work, but it will also be much stronger this way. I might need to have this be a 2-part design. I could always just put a dovetail on this. Well, okay. This needs to have a gap anyways for the toothbrush holder to pop into place. I'm gonna, yeah, let's see. Let's create an offset plane. Or can I? Here we go. We do have 3 points to work with here so that I can use that to construct a plane. Because that's where we need to cut so that the thing can pop in. Let's try not to get the overhangs crazy here, but make sure that it's oh gosh. Like I said, sometimes I either have to design or focus on what I'm doing. It's hard to do both. That's not gonna work. We can make this a bit more open. I really don't need this to be a super tight fit. The thing's gonna be sitting in there. I just need to make sure it holds on to my charger. If anyone is actually still watching and not just kind of listening to this in the background, if you notice me making a glaring mistake, please do not hesitate to let me know. Like, that is not going to work. This, I'm already a little worried that this won't flex enough. But I'll probably print this in ABS. So ABS will give me a little bit more leeway, a little more flex than a PLA print would. And I think it's probably more appropriate to have in this situation where we have both electricity and water potentially at play. It's just a more of a proven material. You know, here I actually think I want this back face open. I mean, certainly for the cable to come through. So I'm going to go back to this original shell and select that face as well. So that'll make that hollow. I did create this weird flat spot, but that's not a big deal. Now, one thing that I like refuse to ever acknowledge is that I could just have the design print with supports, especially something like this where it's just for me. It's not like I'm putting this design out for a million people to print and then all the support is extra plastic. Yeah, I know, Cloudzilla, right? Like, wonderful combination. X Amber, so many people talk like this about PETG, but I find that it just explodes if I flex it a tiny bit. I don't know if I'm just always using poor PETG, but it seems less resilient than PLA in most cases for me. Maybe I'm just not designing for it. I'm very used to designing for PLA. I'm just gonna have a simple flat connection here between the parts. Maybe I'll add more style a little later on. Six millimeters thick, that was my goal. What happened here? Oh. Yeah. It's okay. I'm gonna use this as a cutting tool, but I want to keep it, of course. Oh, that was not necessary. Maybe I'll join them already. Go to appearances. Give me my color back. Okay. Oh, here I do need to go out wider if I want to print it without supports. Maybe I just put it... No, I don't want it closer to the wall. This is one of those things that could get real ugly real fast. Like, let's see, can I pull this? I can pull it a good ways. But then it's not gonna totally make this work. Like, a little more printable there. Still a pretty extreme overhang. And that's where ABS really suffers. It's not gonna manage it. It's not gonna like an overhang like that, that's for sure. Yeah, okay. I'm gonna go back here. It's not treating this like an ellipse anymore, unfortunately. Would be nice because then I can make tangent constraints. So I can recreate an ellipse by making that parallel. Making this go through here, making it all construction lines. Ellipse. Constraint here. 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 No, that wasn't enough. Oh yes, this should also be. Oh no. It's not enough points. What am I not thinking of? Can't I just make it coincident? Oh, there we go. Nice. Yeah, now I can make sure this line. Oh, okay. Can't I? Can't I make it? Yes. Tangents. Nice. Let's just see what that looks like. It's angry at me for some reason. Where is this not closed? Oh, I made it a construction line. There we go. It's a bit silly, but not. Do I want this? It's going to be against the wall, so it might look okay in the bathroom. I also feel like maybe this should just be coming out way all the way. This press pull command can be very powerful, but also does weird stuff. Hey, thanks for the tip, Wolfman. And thanks for hanging around this long. It's a long process, CAD design, so I know these streams can drag on, but I very much appreciate people who stick around. I'll see you in the next one. This is also getting a bit messy, I must say. I think I'm gonna want to make it a multi-part print. Just so I don't have to do these weird workarounds. Oh, we can keep that. Like this, I'll be rounding out. It'll be combined with this. Actually, I'm gonna combine these already. First, cut this so that this little piece is not in the picture. Combine them. Fillet, mega fillet. That's pretty fun. So I'm combining it, but actually, yeah, this is gonna have to be two prints, I think. I think the ideal way to do it is this toothbrush holder part is oriented this way, the outlet part oriented this way. And I should stick to what I preach, which is the awesomeness of dovetails. This can be a very good use for those. But also we're gonna have the outlet cover screwed against the wall and holding this in place. We might be able to use that as a way to hold the printed parts together as well. We'll see how that goes. This, I don't need it to be this tall. I think that makes it a little harder for me. So I'm gonna see if the press pull is friendly for this. Yeah, not bad, not bad. Let's bring it all the way down. Take a centimeter off. Do the radii still work? Not quite. We might just need to do it as two separate commands. Ew. Hey, gotta love it when my suspicions are correct. Yeah. Now it's gonna be just like gently holding onto the charger, but enough that it doesn't accidentally get yanked off every time I take my toothbrush off. But to be honest, this is starting to feel like a design that will require a prototype or two to get it to my liking. Okay, so just impulsively started filleting again. We're not there yet. Honestly, we don't need much more. It might be near time to fill it. And we're another hour into the stream. I actually thought I've been working on this longer, so it's a bit of a relief. But I know once a stream gets 2+ hours, people watching who might watch later are probably starting to get intimidated. Anyways, this is streaming for the people who are dedicated to design, the people who really want to learn. This ain't suitable for the masses, but that's okay. Those of you who are here, you're special, and that's good. So yeah, I've got a part that's held by the outlet. I've got a part that's holding the charger. Now the remaining puzzle here is how to get these to be friendly together. This is the fun part in many ways. Dovetails do get a bit trickier when you're printing things at two different orientations. They work really well in certain combinations. But here, there's a way. I'm just trying to figure it out. It might be a 45-degree dovetail. I forgot I also want to contain the power cable for this thing. That was another potential thing. I mean, I definitely don't want just this power cable dangling. But since I'm already playing with water and electricity, why don't I do some soldering? Cut this, make it a super short cable that's just the length it needs to be. That would also be quite nice. If I was crazy fancy, it would go straight into the wall and like not even use the outlet. It's probably possible, but also almost definitely breaking building codes and creating a fire hazard. So no, I won't do that. But I do think I might actually cut this cable. But then if I ever end up changing my design, these are. I'm turning schizophrenic here. Just juggling the pros and cons in my mind. Do I want to make the design super clean now, or do I want to make it more suitable? I don't know. I'm going to be in this house for a long time, and I'll have this file so I can always reprint it and make some changes if I ever feel the need. I'll probably get a new toothbrush before I get a new house. And I also see these chargers at the thrift store often, so if I do need one with a longer cable again, I can just buy one. I think I'll probably cut the cable. That's nicer than having a compartment. Even if I can probably coil it up really tight and neat, Instead, I can just hide it. I wonder if I want to do a 3D sweep. Oh, also, I have to keep in mind that this rectangle bit has to also pop in for this whole thing to be held into place. I might want to, well, let's see if I can just add fillets here. Otherwise, I might want to like increase the clearance I gave. But that's already just adding some radiuses will make this easier to fit together. This part will also, it's going to be hidden, but it still won't be so nice printing in this orientation. Like, it's an overhang, but it's also slightly curved. It'll droop, but it'll be hidden. I'll have to debate that. Hello, Senjos. The Fika is actually nearly complete. The Fika is nearly complete. It's cardamom bular. Very good, even though they're a bit old. They were already frozen and microwaved. But I'm not too picky. I'm going to see if I can do a 3D sweep of this curved shape. Actually, okay, just kidding. This will be fun. I'm going to go way back in the design. Because this is going to be hidden anyways, I don't need this curve. So I can actually go all the way back to my reference sketch for this toothpaste holder thing. And I can change it simply by adding a few lines to just make this a straight rectangle. Now I'm also realizing how completely unrestrained this design is. It's a bit treacherous. But I'm lazy right now, so I'm just going to select them all, right-click, and fix. It's not the greatest way to do it. There's a chance that an update or two down the line, Fusion just completely breaks my design. That can happen when you can make constraints like that. But it's a risk I'm willing to take right now. All right, let's slowly make our way back through the design, make sure it didn't really break anything. I think we're good. Oh, got a little bit confused by the shell because the old face disappeared. This one. What's happening? Whoa. Did I select? Oh, it should be fine. Oh. Oh, I could also get rid of this weird little flat spot by making that rectangle even longer back there. Even better. So if I get rid of this tangent constraint, I can just pull this back kind of arbitrarily. I'll be cutting it later. There we go. This is going to be much cleaner to work with now. Yeah, that's rad. Derek, thank you for mentioning the fact that the plug has to fit through, because even if I shorten it and solder it, I would rather not have to solder it in place. I might actually make the cable fit through, but I guess it'll fit through the top and I'll have a slot underneath here. But that is a very good point. Maybe not the conclusion you intended for me to reach, but a very important thing for me to think about. I'm going to create a sketch on the bottom. I'm dealing with it right now, lest I immediately forget. You know, I can make it pretty tidy still. I can make it just the right size for the plug to fit through. Gotta think. Yeah, it could just be the plug going through and the little bit of cable going underneath. Or I could still have the cable be hidden. It could tuck away somewhere. Kind of fun. There we go. That's the shape of the plug here, pretty much. I'll make it just a little bit bigger. So let's see. It's 38 and 15 will be plenty of space here. 15, 38 between these points. Oh, is it? I think it was just a little confused there. Okay, this will figure out a little later. I'll constrain it for now, though, just right there. Why not? 24. Oh, these should also be... I am pretty sure they're exactly perpendicular. What? Oh, is that driven now again? I think the problem is I mirrored this, so now there's technically 2 points there, and it thinks I'm selecting the mirrored point. Oh. No. I like that now when you can click and hold to like select different points or objects in the same spot. Before, if you selected sketch point, it would just show the point, but now it also just shows the line that it's connected to. So, but still not letting me do it either way. Like I said, it's kind of just not important. But if I do that, boom, I can set the plug through, then pop it into place. Interesting. Let's go a little further into the design. Oh, did I lose some references here? One, two, three. Those are the points. Let's see if it broke other things a little bit. Oh yeah, this was also... There we go. The consequences of not constraining my sketches earlier. And here I continue to not do it. Yeah, see, now it's all out of whack. But not too out of whack. Oh no. This is a problem now because of this little radius. Let's see what happens if I round it. There. Just... I think we can get away with 2. Actually, once again, the more clean way to do it is go way back and just add around here. Boop. Then when we do the shells and whatnot down in the future, it's better. Oh, now I did lose these points again. Let's go from the top ones. Okay. Hey, we got our radius back. 5, 5. Oh, man, I don't even remember what these were referencing to. Oops. Was it this one? Hold on, let's go all the way down and see what's... everything's gone. Oh. Right. I don't... I'm gonna go back here. This can go down 3 millimeters again. I'm correct. Okay. Yeah, it happens. Things break a little bit when you go back too far. I'm just gonna go back to here, delete everything afterwards. This is the charger, is it? Is it? Oh, did I lose? I made copies. Something's a little funky here. Did I accidentally shell inside? No, it's a shell going outside. Thinks there's 3 faces selected now. Oh. Oh boy. I think it's this one that I wanted to. There we go. Our original is there. We made a copy. Now we've got our clearance, which I'm kind of already second guessing. Is 0.2 enough? Let's do 0.3. Which, what is that making this? 3.7 millimeters. That's probably still plenty. Sorry guys, now I'm really just like trying to fix my sloppiness so I'm not narrating everything so much. Just trying to get to a point of workability. Kind of do feel like this could be more of a super slope. That looks nice. Maybe it's not quite enough anymore to really hold on to the charger. Let's make this a little less aggressive. Actually, we are printing it flat now, so I can make it like that. That's gonna be a little more regular and maybe it makes sense. Create a line here to make these symmetrical. Aw, what? Why did it break that? I mean, there are other ways to get that curve. I can just do it. Oh no. Did I finally do it? Did I crash Fusion? It looks like I have. Ah, well, it's bound to happen. It's probably something I should show on stream since it happens quite often, especially once you start messing with values and accidentally stretching things out. Oh, wow, what do you know? It recovered. That's rare. That's a sign. Go ahead. Save that right away. Wow. I feel a little blessed right there. I think someone at Fusion is running the servers, watching the stream. They're like, oh no, we can't let our software look bad. Fix the crash. Because I gotta tell you, 90% of the time, if something lags for more than a few seconds, it's not recovering. I've left frozen Fusion files for an hour with no luck. Wow. This I should probably... That's going to be hidden, and it would be way easier without that radius. So once again, we're going way back. It's something I don't think about too often. I mean, I'm not really doing this kind of reverse engineering stuff super often, but I'm seeing in this design, like, I'm better off not doing the most accurate representation. I'm just doing it. This is a tool. There, see? Get rid of that radius. And now this is going to be a straight bridge, and it'll print way more easily. So the plug will go through. Oh, but it still needs to go back there. Yeah, I was not thinking straight. I will definitely have to have this be open so that the cable can slip through. Boop, boop, boop. So I can just make that 6 because the cable is 5 millimeters wide. Oh, too high. Cut through too much. There we go. Oh, okay. Suppressing that radius. This is always annoying when you want to get rid of something back here and it ends up, for some reason, oh, I didn't realize, but it was related to this sketch somehow. Oh, see, yeah, I referenced it apparently. And now I wish I could just go here and delete it. But if I do that, it'll delete all the reference sketches, which are all here. So if I delete that, it'll delete all these. Unless I first make them not reference that curve. Very annoying. I wish there was a way to just say delete it and delete the references, but don't delete these very important things. So silly. Anyways, one quick fix would be to keep the radius and just make it 0.0001 millimeters or something that it's essentially 0. But let's see if we can go back here, delete that reference sketch. And we can reference, well, yeah, we'll go back maybe and fix that later. Now let's see what happens. If we suppress it, is it still suppressed? No, now it's fine. Now I can actually delete it. And now I can go back here because this is no longer connected to anything. I can now project the new line. And once again, connect it to the middle. There we go. It's looking nice and clean at least. So yeah, what was I thinking now? I was thinking of sweeping this. The whole reason I went back and made this square instead of round was so that I could do a standard sweep instead of trying to deal with the weird 3D sweeping. So what I can do is select this. Let's reference both of these. Just turn them into construction lines because all I really want is to make this. Oh, not quite like that. I want it to be tangent to both, so it'll be really smooth. Which means, I think this could work. Extrude this and cut it up to this point. Yes. Now select it and do a sweep from that point along here. Yes. Let's make it a new body for now. Now, I want to cut from this plane, which, if I remember correctly, yeah, it's not quite the... Well, what we can actually just do is... Okay, hold on. We can combine these, first of all. Then we can use the split body command. We want to split this using this plane. Now we can remove that. this is poking out, but remember, that's just because I extended it. It's not actually sticking out that far. It'll be more like back here. Something like that. And this will kind of just look like it's blending into the wall. I think that looks pretty good. This plug, of course, is going to have to go into the outlet, so it needs to go around or under. I'm not going to try to hide the whole thing. I think this is fine, actually. I'll have the plug. There's space here for it to go just straight down from here, around, and into the outlet. I'll figure out how long that needs to be. Cut the plug, solder it, make it look pretty as I can. I mean, it would be nice to hide the part of the plug that's clipped and fixed. Like, even if I use a nice heat shrink, I'm not that good at soldering. It's going to be visible, so it would be nice to hide somehow. But this is going to be printing flat. Maybe, maybe not. For now, let's figure out how we're actually connecting these parts. I mean, darn, it could just nearly print this way. I could do it with only a few supports, but it'll be structurally better like this, I think. I could also move this up. Like, since these are being printed in 2 parts now, that gives me freedom to, for example, have this be mounted here or up here, all the way up here. Thinking of my bathroom, I don't think that would affect anything. It might actually be nicer higher up. And then I could just occupy the top plug with it and plug things into the bottom. I don't know. It's kind of nicer because the cable's also coming straight down. And I could maybe make a little like cover for the cable if I really wanted to, but I don't know. I think I'll try to solder it really cleanly. We'll see. Yeah. Let's see if I just... Should I line it up perfectly with that? Maybe. Now with the line tool, I don't know if I can move both of these together, which is annoying. I could temporarily combine them, but maybe I don't really need this reference anymore. Let's see. Oops. Align this point to this point. Boink. Some post to wrap it around to shorten it. Yeah, that's what I was thinking, having something to wrap it around, but then it's... I'm still juggling whether that's nice or not. Like, it could be... It's gonna take up space, right? But it could be done in a way that looks okay. Tough. I do need to cut this, so I'm gonna extrude this all up. Even if it's just temporarily. I think if I do 5, then that's like the height of the flat part of the outlet, more or less. Oops, I did not mean to commit that. New body. Join these. Use it to do a combined cut of this thing. Keep tools. Remove excess bodies. Also, we've got a lot of charger things here. Did I forget to remove some references before? Oh, yes, I did. Remove. I should name these as well. Outlet connection. These will become one part later, but just trying to be a little organized can help. Okay. We're getting somewhere. This is still a curved bridge. I'm probably gonna cut away a bit more there to fix that, make it easier to print. This will not print as is, but this is gonna be connected here. What's the way to do this? It could be a little lower. And then there could be a kind of, oh, this could have a dovetail out there. Could be quite a big dovetail then. Okay. I did just, okay. Undo. I'm gonna move this manually. One benefit being that I can move the charger with it for visualization, but also I think it'll fit better if it's a little bit lower here. More or less aligning with the radius here. Now go back here. Cool. Didn't break anything too bad. This is all hollow here, but it doesn't need to be. Not all the way. In fact, I'm going to sketch on this thing. Reference this and this. Offset this just... Oh wait, this is no longer accurate. I have to make sure that it's actually far enough. 5 millimeters from the oval should be fine. Okay, hold on. Oh, I also... It's a little cleaner. They're just working quickly. I was doing a projection and I selected the face. That can cause some problems. It's usually better to just select a single edge. Just a quick note. But first, I'm going to go back to the point where I kind of shortened this. Was that right here? Yeah. I could, well, my original sketch is far back. Instead, I'm just going to make sure this is right. The distance here, the minimum distance, it's at 1 point. It should be 3.5, and it's at about 1.5, so I'm going to add 2 millimeters. But also, I like clean numbers. It's totally unnecessary. But now if we select these two, we can see minimum distance 3.5. Perfect. Just so that I'm referencing things more accurately. Okay. Why will you not let me enter this sketch? Are we already in the sketch? No, I think it's just Fusion bugging out a bit. Okay, there we go. We'll still offset a little more. Actually, yeah, looks like we can be clean and just make it go right to that point. Make it parallel here. Is anyone still out there? How's it going? I know this is like, I don't know. Is this good content to anyone? Because obviously no one's going to be designing this exact thing. I'm guessing it's kind of the type of stream you're kind of just like doing your own thing, but listening to it in the background, which is fine by me. But I don't know. It's not like I'm wasting my time because I would be designing this anyways. Maybe I'd be doing it a little bit better because I'm not distracted, but oh, why do we have a gap here? So silly. What's causing that? A poor reference. Okay, maybe it would be better if it was slightly further back. And then extend it to make sure it's going all the way. Doo-doo-doo. Does anyone want to share what you're working on? I'm kind of curious what kind of projects people are up to. It's fun, whether it's 3D printing or not. What are you actually doing right now? Or are you just chilling? Okay. The point here was so that I can do a nice chunky dovetail. And it'll be held in place by this whole frame being held in place. It actually doesn't need to be so chunky, but it needs to be something that works. This is printed flat, so I can go out. I think we're almost done now. We're just doing finishing touches. Let's do a diagonal dovetail. Why not? That's fun. And it's a good way to combine these two orientations. A little bit of a challenge for me as well. Designing a gift container for Turkish delight. That's pretty fun. That sounds like a total like unique thing for 3D printing too. Not something you can just go to a store to buy, or at least not something that's so personalized. 3D printed gifts are awesome. Some people might think it's, I mean, sometimes it's junk, but that sounds like a great use. Okay. Yes. Sorry. This is something that takes a little bit of brain power here to think about the way that this dovetail is going. And it's actually going to be kind of small because I want it to fit and travel at an angle. Boop, boop, boop. Let's give this a symmetry. Whoops. Constraint. Oh, there's a weird. I hate when accidental constraints. I wish there should be a way to just like list all the constraints or just like point to constraints happening within your design. Sometimes there's just ones that I cannot comprehend. Already, this is doing weird stuff. Might make this rather. Whoop. It's going nuts here. There we go. Huh. So this, I wanted to go at an angle up and towards the front. So I'll just create a sketch here. I'll reference this point. That will go up in here, and I'm gonna go just like way far. Let's stick with 45 for now. I might need to change that. Uh-oh. How did it end up at 56? Oh my, 54. I'm getting sleepy. I got up a little earlier than I would have liked this morning. It's such an embodiment of who I am that I like start this live stream with 10, well, 6 things in mind, and realistically I can do 2. And then I say, oh, I'll do it next live stream. But by the next live stream, I've got 5 new ideas. There's never enough time to do it all. Ain't that just the way? It's a shame. It's a shame. Okay, it almost fits. Do I make this fatter? Do I make the angle a little shallower? Might change the angle. I'm still not convinced this is the right thing I'm doing here, but I feel like it could work. I'm glad you're enjoying the stream. I am not super consistent yet. I'm still figuring out my schedule, what works for me, what works for everyone else, but my goal right now is every second Sunday, maybe every Sunday at some point. I might move it an hour earlier if that works for people, because like I said, I'm getting tired now. It would be nice to keep the stream going a little bit longer. But yeah, I think Sundays are probably the day to do it, even though it's a bit sad. Like, I don't like losing my Sundays. Not that I'm losing it, but you know, it's a good day to spend with family, with people who have more regular work schedules than I do. There we go. That kind of fits. This gets a little 1.4 millimeters is a bit tight. I wonder if I should just make this whole thing a little bit larger. Or I could, oh, and this is gonna make this print is easier, and this print is more overhung. I probably don't want that. Like, well, this part, that's not that challenging. I think the printer could handle it. Although I am kind of, like I gave it the measurements I gave it, and I think it could print. I think it could be strong enough. But it's kind of on the limit everywhere, which I don't like. I like making things super beefy if I can, while they're still looking okay. I'm having trouble selecting this edge. Like, this is 2.5 millimeters, the thinnest part. That's okay, but it's not great. If I print this in ABS, probably just fine. But what part would I want to make beefier? This I can make it beefier, and I can still chamfer the bottom here, for example. That'll make it look less brutal. Like that. That already helps. Maybe even more, like especially if the dovetail. Oh wait, the dovetail starts at the bottom. Well, and that kind of lines up with this. Once I add a fillet, maybe 6. I don't know. I just need to visualize this now. Interesting. Something like that could start to make it look a little nicer. It's not affecting this too much. Maybe then I can make this a bigger curve. Oh, so I would... Let's go back a step and see what happens if I push-pull this. It's letting me pull it at least 3 millimeters. Forces will lever on that edge. Yeah. I mean, it's not really extreme forces. It's just like setting a toothbrush there, but it's definitely something to think about. There probably will come a day where I bump into it a little bit too hard. But hey, beauty of 3D printing, right? We can always print a new part. Not that that's the goal. Minimum waste is the goal, certainly. Hmm. I think I gotta go with this. From the bottom, it looks a little nasty because unless I just do it evenly on both sides here. Oops. Oh, is it not letting me pull it? Let's see if we can essentially make it tangent to the base. I think we can if we just kind of inch our way forward. 3.6. Another feature I want Adobe to add is to like, because there's this whole game where you're like, okay, 3.5, 3.55. No, that doesn't work. 3.353. No, that doesn't work. 3.5. There should just be a button to like maximum radius. Give me them. Just create the largest possible radius. It's definitely like one of those cheap things. I don't know. I bet some design snobs would be highly against that. Like you're just designing a radius simply based on what the software will allow at this moment rather than trying to figure out the right way to do it. But we're just out here doing some 3D printing design. Uh-oh. There we go. Yeah, sometimes you just gotta go with the design. A bit of jankiness is okay, to be honest. Adds to the charm. Oh, and look at that. We got ourselves more space here. We got over 3 millimeters. I'm usually like pretty happy with 3 millimeters. And you know what? We'll make this slot longer because that isn't gonna, that's something we have space for. If we make the dovetail longer, the angle can be shallower. So this can be maybe even 80. Then we can make this 3 millimeters instead. This could become more. That actually is probably more valuable to make that 4. Keep this at something like 2.4. But we can take this all the way to 7. That's not bad. And look at that. Still makes it all the way up here with a 45-degree dovetail. 3.5. I don't know what happened here to the shape of this. Oh, it got cut off somehow. Did I just not extend it far enough? That's probably the case. Zoop. How did I cut this? I forget. Oh, I see. So that's, oh, I did. It's because I offset afterwards. I need to move the offset beforehand. There we go. Oh, wow. So I've got even more space. The nice thing about the angle of this dovetail is it's basically the force is going backwards, down and back into the wall. So I think it's actually going to be pretty robust. If I wanted to make it even stronger, I would do a second dovetail here. Which do I want? Uh-oh. Oh, no, that's the reference. I was like, what? Why is nothing touching? Oh, yeah, I'll have to make this taller as well. I'm going to make it way taller. Well, way taller, but I'll trim it back after the fact. That'll be easier. This is pretty good, I think. I'll put a cap on the top here too, so it's it'll have a forced stop there. Second dovetail. No, because I want to do the chamfer and make it a little prettier. Okay. I said we're just doing the finishing touches, but the finishing touches take the longest. Well, let's be real. I'm gonna see if I can more or less match up these radiuses, even though if you like preview it like that, you're not gonna see. And I'm gonna radius that edge as well. But make it as nice as we can, huh? Whoa, what's happening here? That got weird. But the OCD, it's like, it's so close to perfect. Might as well just make this 7.4. Or does it need to be 7.4? Okay, that's close enough. I'll accept that. Yeah, in terms of this design, I'm feeling pretty okay about a lot of things. I think most likely to fail is maybe this not snapping in just right. Okay, now the question is if I want to add the tolerance between these parts outward or inward. How much space do we have here? 2.4. It's just gonna be a little bit. That's yeah. Okay, let's do this. This is basically just a tool now. We're gonna copy paste it. We're gonna make a shelled version. Shell it outside. 0.16. It's what I'm feeling. We're gonna cut that out of this, except not quite. We're gonna make a third copy of this. We're gonna combine it. We're gonna take this back a little bit. Minus 1.5 millimeter ceiling on that. Cut it out. Cut it out. Now we're gonna take our tool here. Minus 1.5. But actually, we want this to be pretty darn flush. So it's going to be minus 1.4. So that gives it, what, a 0.6 now? Because math, 0.06. That is what I meant. Good. Uh-oh. No, this isn't going to print. This part is lower and unsupported. I did my thinking wrong. The dovetail needs to start down here. Annoying. Oh boy. Brain did not brain correctly. I might have to redo all that. Let's just suppress this all for now. Here. Select this face. Big dovetail. I really gotta speed run this now. Before I actually do the math here, let's see. This going up to the right in the same way. I can even potentially use the same earlier sketch. It's a very illegal move, but boom. Yeah. That could work. This would print. This one would not print. It would not print that way. Huh. What was I thinking? It needs to be... Whoa, whoa, whoa. Hold up. What if it started down here? Then it could print unsupported from both parts. Am I wrong? This swept this way. I get an error because I'm being a bad boy in the way I do this, but it doesn't matter because I think it'll work. No, this won't work. Boop, boop, boop. Huh. The diagonal dovetail. I thought I was being clever, but I'm doing something wrong. I think I'm too tired. But I'm so close. I like to finish a design, at least the first prototype, while I'm streaming. This is what it's all about, baby. Problem solving. This face to this face. Isn't that what I did before? Oh wait, no. This is the bottom of this. This face. That wouldn't work. I mean, another solution that I was kind of trying to avoid, but might be what I do now, is not a diagonal dovetail at all. But instead, okay, yeah, I am gonna scrap everything I just did back there. Not for naught, though. It's a learning lesson. No, let's see. So what I can do instead. Okay. It's coming to me. Get here. I have to do basically an asymmetrical dovetail, which isn't the prettiest, but it's going to be hidden. Because if I do a dovetail, first of all, this outlet cover part is going to be the one that's coming out here. Then this part no, I'm still wrong. I was thinking something like this, but then this is all just to avoid support material. That won't work. But the same idea could work from down here. This having a depth. Let's see. From here, this is flat against the wall. So it can be like this. That works for both prints. And we can just make it extra sharp here. Wait a minute, what am I thinking? No, that's not holding on. Oh, I'm too tired. I'm making silly ideas because I know there's a solution here. I need my last bit. I'm slouching so much. I don't know if you guys have noticed. I've fallen. I've got 2 pieces of cardamom bulla left. The Fika. It's going to take me to the finish line here. hope. Okay. Okay. New idea. It is what I had before. It was boom, 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 boom. Won't that work? Oh, okay. I need something supporting it from underneath. That could be the cover for my cable as well. Hold on. If this has an extension, something like this. Rough sketch right now. Then I can do that little dovetail. Boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, 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 boom. What height is this? 13. That's enough to hide a little splice. Still need a little hole down here for the cable to come out. Either that or it comes up and around, or down around. Down around is probably prettier. Okay, but I think we're like so getting there. Okay. Okay. We're gonna do a sketch here. I got it. I got it. It might be a bit of a tired solution. Might not be the best I could ever come up with. But I'm feeling it right now. This is gonna support that. We'll even make it pretty and match this oval. I don't think I can just, is that, makes it more of an egg shape than an ellipse, but I like it. So this, let's say this is 3mm thick, a new body. And we will be able to make the hole. I might as well do it now. We still need a little spot here for the cable to come underneath. A little something like that. Wait, how's this printing now? Oh yeah. Cable comes through, goes under, around. It's a little wild. I'll have to assemble it all in one go. This thing is gonna be Probably needs to be a little thicker. It's going to be supporting things. You know, we'll make it 2 colors. It'll be fun. 2 colors. Create just the line of having 2 colors instead of stacking 2 black prints together, making it a black and a blue print or something. That creates, that like visually makes it less bulky because it's splitting it up. So now that this will have support from underneath, it can have this asymmetrical dovetail like this. This top part will be printed from this. It's not overhanging because it's printing in a different orientation. This won't have any clearance theoretically. So we might just want to give this 2 different offsets. Here. Just 0.12 here. Oh, well, it's also, let's do 0.2 and 0.2. Because this is also flush right now. Take this, extrude, cut all the way through. Now, combine this and this, but maybe not that. Ah, yes, this can have a, not so fast. This can just go this far, for example. It'd be nice if it matched. And that's not breaking anything. We're getting there, folks. Okay, making a bit of a complex cutting tool here. Oh, I'm already losing track without my references. This way. Cut this with this. Keep the tools. Delete this half. Now remove that. Combine this and this. That's our cutting tool. This, oh. No. What have I done? What have I done? Sorry to everyone. I guess probably not many people left here now, but if you're watching this in the future, I'm going off the rails a bit. So close. I want to cut this with this. That's what I did. Get rid of that. Oh, with it. I need to not get rid of it. No, I need to make a copy of this first. I need to use one to cut the other and the other to cut the one. which means I need 2 of one to cut the other. Got it? Oh boy. So this is getting cut by this. Yes. Now I'm bringing this bad boy in to cut this. Oh, and then I need another set to intersect. Fun. So go back, back, back. I've got both of them. Copy these two. I feel like there must be a better way to do this, but I've certainly done this before. So now we got the intersect and the individual ones. Combine these 3 bodies to make this wonky shape. What's up, Valentine? Thank you. Thank you for the support. I need it right now. I'm going slightly crazy. I might have had more bodies there than I needed, but I ended up with this shape, which is, I think, what I was hoping for. Now I'll cut that out of this. And this will become part of my charger. Wow. I can't believe it. I've managed. Quite a weird shape. Hopefully there's enough clearance here with what? It's 0.2 and 0.2, so that's really only 0.1. I need to make it a bit more, I think. Now let's pray that I can make this 0.25. 0.26. 0.27. There we go. Actually, this should not be, this should be less. Because this whole part is going to be pushed this way. So I think this one can be 0.12. Maybe I made that more complicated than I needed to. That's just so that from the front it's a little more clean, but it's still got this kind of weird thing going on at the top. But it follows the curve. There's a method to my madness. Now I got a slightly sharp curve here, and we've also got this weird part with 2 different distances. So we can select both and see a minimum of 0.28. 248. So basically 0.25. Oh my gosh, I'm really losing it. I think I'm gonna have to start my live streams an hour earlier in the future. So this will be 0.1 and this one will be 1.25. Nope, that's definitely not right. In this case, it's so small that visually, I think it can be okay. It needs to be 0.125. 0.125? I think that's what I want. Nice little radius there. Is everything still working? This definitely needs a radius. This doesn't necessarily need a radius, but might as well. I'm also going to make it 1, so there's going to be a little bit of a gap there, but that's okay. It's all hidden, as you can see. It might actually be good to have a little bit of a extra leeway there. These can also be 1 and 1, I think. Yeah, also hidden. Oh wait, not here. Not necessarily. Okay, let's go back and do this all in one go. All the inner radiuses are going to be 1. And all the outer radiuses. I don't know. I think this radiuses might be a word where you can say both radius or radii. I know radii is what I saw in math textbooks, but I don't like saying it. So I'm going to continue saying radiuses. And these are both. Right, there's no clearance there right now, but this is just because I designed it in a funky way. We'll see how that comes together. I can delete these now. Just another double check about the orientation. This is printing in. Will this all print? This will print. This will be printing this away. So far, pretty good, pretty good. The only thing is this curved bridge, which we can fix. I'm gonna use a section analysis just so I can see it a bit better. Sketch on that face. Now I'm gonna create a rectangle that extends beyond this whole thing. And its tangent. No, it won't let me do that. But I'm just gonna make it like almost right up to the edge. Extrude with a minus 45 degree taper, like so. It's a weird geometry, but now when it's printing, this will be able to bridge straight across, nice and clean, and then from there it'll build up at 45 degrees, which is also nice and clean. And it's all going to be hidden because the charger is right there. That's the idea. Why does bad English often make more sense? Yeah, I think that's true for a lot of languages. A lot of languages have some weird rules that just kind of got grandfathered in. But at this point in humanity, it's going to take some kind of weird singularity. Maybe the AI neural implants, if that actually ends up happening, that'll have people all speaking in ones and zeros. Okay, I'm adding some fillets. Got to make sure they're not breaking anything. Okay. I think that's about it. So this is gonna, how is this gonna, oh, wait a minute. Oh, yeah. The shape is confusing me. It's like one of those illusion things, but I can test here. Yeah, it'll just pull straight out like that. Oh, but that does mean it can pull out anytime. I want it to be kind of part of the assembly. So I probably want this back part to extend a little bit. Ooh, I think I added too many radii. I also don't really like this one here. I think it'll actually look better with just a straight cut. Yep. And this, let's see. I'm just going to extend this a little bit. I should also do it before. Let's move back a little bit further. Oh, the little final 10% taking all this time as always. think we just make it 2. It just needs a little ledge to hold it into place. I think this was 1.2 if I'm not mistaken. Oh no. Oh. 1.2. Let's see this. What was it? 0.25? No, mine's 0.27, right? There. This straight down. So let's use that. Oh, this is not closed. This sketch. I'll just create a little line. Boop. Extrude all of this. There's 1.2. Let's see if that. Oh, it doesn't reach this. That's good. We can actually make it 1 minus 1.3. Give it a little bit of a clearance there. Oh, ugh. That's not gonna. Well, yeah. It'll bridge. That'll print okay. But we do want to give it a little more clearance because when it's printing in ABS, it might sag a little bit. So let's do minus 1.4. That'll do it. Now we'll wait a minute. No. No. That's not gonna work because this is sliding in from the front. And it's because I did this silly decision here. If I didn't have that, if it was sliding in from the back, then it would have been fine. Okay. Once again, I did a bunch of work that I shouldn't have done when I made this fancy tool here. Oh, and that's probably going to break a lot of things. Making it easier, but also harder because, yeah, delete it all. No problem. It's fine. It's fine. I love it. Kind of regret not giving that a little gap. Was that going to break something? No. Okay, good. It's a little more proper to do it this way. And again, a bit, okay, a bit more proper, but also a bit more improper to have all these being different dimensions. It's kind of silly. This could go all the way to like here. Wait a minute. Oh. Sorry, I've gone silent again. It's another brain power heavy operation here. Okay, so I've created this little tab that will let this come in from behind. This is part of this. This is part of this. It will be assembled like this. Right, that all works. Okay. This would be a little bit of a cleaner fit if I had another dovetail here, which I could do. No, it'll be resting on that. I think it'll be just fine as it is. This is gonna have a little bit of a bridge here, but nothing it can't handle. Although I made it only 0.1. With bridging, it's probably better with 0.2. The design has gotten a little bit more extra than I was hoping. A little bit of funky details going on, but sometimes it's a fun object of curiosity. People are like, what exactly is happening there? Interesting. Speaking of fanciness, we can also continue this curve. Make it tangent at some point and make it come down to a height of, what was it, a centimeter before? Really doesn't even need to be. Let's try it out. Slice it all away. Yeah. Well, I kind of wish it was a bit more smooth. It looks a bit funky. Maybe I should keep the whole round. Like that. Funky in its own way as well. Kind of fun. Probably want this curve to be dipping right in the middle. A little messy, a little messy. What's up, Jern? Where are you coming from? You were here last stream, weren't you? Unfortunately, you're near the end of this one. At a point where I'm very tired and making some very questionable moves. But I'm still trucking. Huh. What's going on here? It's not letting me constrain this. I just want a horizontal line. Oh, Fusion. So petty sometimes. There we go. I don't know what that was really about, but ah, okay. Silly, fun. I like it. It did get quite crazy. And I'm thinking again, this might be thinner. Well, isn't this 3? I feel like I want the consistency there. That's 3, this should be 3. We'll see. Maybe I'll have to change that in the future. Hopefully not. Now, can we add our chamfers back in? Zoop. Zoop. Okay. A little funky, but acceptable. Oh, why did this not? Ugh. I'm really so sloppy now. It happens. Happens when you're designing for hours on end. It's good to take breaks, you know? Sadly, that's just not a feature of live streams. Yes, I could continue this design next week, but now we're so close. Okay, this will get a little chamfer. That looks nice. Well, this is very thin. Ah, yes, and I have to remember it's printing in this orientation. Maybe I'll give it only a larger chamfer on the back. Also, this is against the wall. I don't want to chamfer that at all. That's yeah, everyone should know that saying. If it's against the wall, don't chamfer it at all. Sage words. Hey, David Ferrer, do I still live overseas? It depends where you're starting, what you consider overseas. I am in Sweden, if that's what you mean. Oh yes, I own a house here now, so I'm here for the long haul. That's the goal. As long as they'll let me stay. Oops. Generally, you don't want to chamfer an overhang that's already like, you don't want to chamfer anything that's more than 90 degrees. That's not a general. That is a. I'm so tired. Yeah, I'm in Sweden. So it's approaching midnight, which back in my day wouldn't be a problem for me at all. But I'm actually Going slightly insane right now. I was up at 7, so. And I like my sleep. But we're getting there. We're getting there. For those of you joining later on, I'm building a toothbrush holder or a toothbrush charger holder that connects to the outlet in the bathroom. It's part of my mission to get to free up surfaces, or to make use of all surfaces, I suppose. I'm making use of a vertical surface to free up a horizontal surface. Why can't I chamfer this more? And did I mean to do this? Let's back it up a second. Oh, this is upsetting me. I wanted to have a nice big chamfer here, but something. Yeah, Fusion just gets annoyed with complex chamfers, even though they really aren't that complex. I would have thought I could get more than a 0.3 millimeter chamfer out of this one, though. Upsetting. Well, we're gonna try a sweep. Yes, we are. Even if it's a sweep out of spite. Well, okay, go back a little bit further. First, let's try this. Will it let me do it now? A 0.5? No? Okay, we'll try a sweep. Which I'm not too optimistic about either. Sweeps, Fusion hates those just as much. But if we just make this a big ol' triangle like this, let's try this first before investing too much time in it. Hey, okay. Look at that. We managed. What did I make this now? 1.13. Guess it's kind of weird. Gotta guesstimate it a little bit. 1.71. That's pretty good. I also think it's probably not. Yeah, it's kind of changing. That's the thing with sweeps, they're not as consistent. But I actually think that looks really good. I think it'll work out. Maybe I'll just adjust this to match. An unofficial match. Certainly not perfect. But no one is. Ain't that the truth? Let's see if we can get a filled on here. Oh, yeah. Okay, okay. I accept your apology, Fusion. Oh, of course, that's going to be weird because it's not actually a chamfer that lines up. Do I care enough to fix it? Let's try this first. Sweep, sweep. Okay. Super funky. What if we make it? Oh, okay. A little less funky. I'm kind of at the point of just somewhat chaotic chamfers at this point. I did mention earlier in the live stream I don't like chamfers or fillets to a top flat surface, but here we are. I break my rules constantly. Rules made to be broken, baby. Oh, no. I deleted too much earlier, and I got rid of my little fix here. My fix for this curved overhang, for those of you who weren't paying attention in class. We're going to create a rectangle here and effectively make sure that all of our bridges are straight lines instead of this curved one, which will make our 3D printer much, much happier. Once again, extrude, taper it at -45. There we go. There's kind of touching the visible edge. So we really do have to bring this as close to here as possible. And so yeah, we're actually pretty lucky there. We could also, if we want to be really fancy, do a variable fillet like that. That also cleans it up a bit. Nice. Yep. See, now it's a flat overhang. Much easier to print. Creates a very weird shape, but it's hidden by the charger itself. Very good. I am working fast now, so this is kind of the point where I'm bound to make some little mistakes somewhere. I give my odds of a successful first print functioning exactly as intended. That's low odds right now. Something will be wrong, but I think we're doing all right. Getting some fun fillets in here now. Yeah, that'll do. This actually is too much. We need it to be quite a tight fit. I'm giving it a fillet just for a little extra strength, but like probably don't want to do more than 0.4. And we can do a little chamfer here too, just to make up for any like slight smushing of print, of filament. Just a little chamfer like that can make sure that this is as flat as possible. Maybe it's time to like make this a bit more of the actual colors it'll be. I hate that white infusion is never actually white. Just because of the colors of the scene or whatever. It's a little better. That's white. This is white. And I said I was going to print this in ABS or ASA. Because my bathroom is one of the less colorful parts of the house. And I wonder if I want to maintain that or just dive in with the red and the blue. Because I have black ABS, I have red ASA. I've got some different colors of green. Red is just a little violent oftentimes. But that looks good. I think I might have some white ABS. It's a bit interesting. It's kind of fun that it really highlights this silly dovetail that I had to put in. And the black will hide any seam here if this is not a perfect fit. White might get dirty a little quicker. I could go all black like this. We got to remember that the white power cable is going to be popping out underneath here. I don't think I gave myself enough room to hide a cable splice. Unfortunately, I'm going to have to do a really clean solder job. But this looks good. Do I want black and black? Black and white, like I said, a little bit harder to clean up, but not too bad. We'll see. I forget if I have white ABS or ASA right now. I think I have white ASA. Black ABS. At this point, I don't know too much of a difference between the materials. Oh, another problem with printing white is that my outlet covers are a little yellowed. Just something that happens over time, right? But I might have to clean those up otherwise, lest they look even more yellow against the fresh white 3D print. Anyways, it's always at this point where I'm in slight disbelief. Did I actually complete this design? Am I missing something? Got to be able to fit this in. Definitely, that's going to be a little tricky, but there's not so much of an overhang here. I think it really could work. Might not even be enough, which is a problem of its own. Let's just add a few more fillets where we can. My variable, oh, I hate that when it works on one side but not the other. It's like, are you sure? I think you're getting something wrong. I think you're mistaken. It should work. Whoa. Oh, we could also, I did get rid of a radius, so we could chamfer it here. Actually, much more than this, but that'll make the bridge a little bit shorter. Valentine, thank you. It's been a day. I think I'll probably just share this on Instagram, maybe. But I do have some more videos about home prints coming up, so maybe it'll work its way into one of those. Or I also realized that I haven't used the YouTube post feature in ages. So my last post is like 3 years old, so maybe I need to start posting things on YouTube again. Oh man, social media is crazy. A million different places to post. I'm glad I gave up TikTok pretty quickly. It was one too many. I'm excited. As tired as I am, I think I'm gonna have to start printing this tonight, just so I can wake up to something fun. And I love it's so silly how this is my idea of fun, but darn it, it is. It truly is. This fillet, I liked it, but it's reaching this overhang here, which actually might just cause a little bit of wackiness. Yeah, why not? We're doing a variable. Whoa, 24. No, please don't crash. Every time I need to make a meme of like skipping a heartbeat when you accidentally type in a wrong dimension into Fusion. When you actually accidentally do a circular pattern with 100 instead of 10 or something, and you're like, oh great, I did not save for an hour. I think we've really done it. This could be a prototype ready to go. Why don't we... Oh, I spotted a mistake. It's a very small one, but this is printing flat. I keep needing to remember the different orientations, and I'm not a fan of the fillet from a flat surface against the bed. Much better to do a chamfer. It might be breaking the flow of the design a little bit, but I can make it more or less work. Let's just undo those first. Now, of course, there's going to be this intersection, but if we make that a chamfer, yeah, I know, it's not so nice. Not so nice at all. I think we gotta lean into it. What about just going crazy like that? It should match the angle of this dovetail, but then it could actually be... okay, no. Now I'm doing silly design decisions for the sake of it. I'm gonna undo this though. I can't do a fillet into a chamfer. I can do a chamfer into a chamfer with a fillet. Chamfer, chamfer. And then fillet here. That doesn't break my rules of 3D printing design. It doesn't break my rules, but I'm also not totally loving it. Maybe just a 1 millimeter. There, so subtle. We can make this even just... That's okay. Come on, Devin, chill out. That's fine. The one other thing that I think over time, I'm just wondering if this flat platform here will stay connected here nicely, or if I should put another dovetail on this side. Oh, okay, it's quick. It's so quick. One dovetail. I'm doing it. Wait, nope. This is sliding in from the back now. It's not just one dovetail. No, okay, not so easy. I'll let it be. We'll see if it's a problem. It might even be an imaginary problem. I think actually this is quite good. Okay. Finish. Save. Now we'll actually align these. Of course, you can always align things in the slicer, but it's a good habit to just align it before exporting. There we go. Everything flat on the top plane. Charger holder, outlet, connection. I said earlier these would end up being one part, but in the end, that's not where the process led me. I'm gonna save these out. Bring them into, I guess I'll be printing it on my bamboo. X1 carbon. There's our hook from earlier. Can't forget that one. I guess I'll just make multiple build plates. Or do I? Nah, because they're probably going to have their own settings. Ooh, okay, I'll save it. I do want to do the hook as well, but I'm not doing that tonight because that requires me to be present for the print to swap out. Even though it's 14 minutes. Oh, so tempting. I sense a late night against my will. Not against my will, it's only my will. Oh, wait. Oh, no. I said I wasn't going to spoil future projects. Well, if you made it this far and you're dedicated enough, go back into the live stream and see that little moment. Yeah, actually, these file names won't tell you much, so have at it. So bad at hiding spoilers. There was one live stream a long time ago that I just like gave away an absolute spoiler partway, and then I just said and deleted the whole thing. Okay. Well, this is a little bit sketchy. This little thin tab. It's 1.2 millimeters, so it can print okay. And it's only a little stopper preventing me from accidentally pulling this out. So I think, yeah, it should be fine. Let's do a quick look at this. A floating cantilever. Charger holder has a floating cantilever. You're mistaken. They're only clean bridges. Oh, there's a little, hold on. Oh, this I can round out. There's space there. The charger doesn't actually go out that far. Does it? No. Yes, Nick, they are egg containers. A desperate attempt to contain the echo that has plagued me since I've moved into this house. And I will say, not the most effective soundproofing, but it's something, I suppose. I got so frustrated recording voiceovers when I was just like, listening back to my recordings, so much echo. I don't want to put my viewers through that, and I've ended up having to use like AI sound repair. It doesn't sound as good as just having a good recording environment. This bit here will also be tough to print with ABS, but I'll put some rabbit feet on it, some sacrificial rafts. Overall, I'll fix that one little thing. Everything else looks like it should print okay to me. Of course, I'll make it more solid than this. It doesn't need to be much more solid, but maybe even lower infill, but 4 shells. That's probably go-to for a fairly strong part. Or even some selective modifiers, like this big thing I need to be kind of strong for how thin it is, so that might be solid, but these parts can be quite hollow, so that is something to share in a future live stream. I think I've put you all through plenty. So I'm going to make some tiny changes. I mean, really, okay. I guess for the sake of being absolutely thorough and educational, I'll show my final thing, which is just, these corners got a little too close here that it ended up creating a gap, 0.2 millimeter. And the actual design of the charger, if you remember, is rounded. So I can definitely put 1, even 2 millimeter radius there. I'll go 1.5. And that shouldn't interfere with anything. I don't think that's what the Bamboo Studio was talking about with the floating cantilever. But the bridging is really like not that much. So I'm gonna defy its pleas to redesign and add support and repair, and I will print. Okay, let's just go ahead and reload that now. There we go. Now it's closed. Yeah, I don't know. Using infill and support modifiers and stuff in the slicer. Maybe that's something for a future video. Let me know in the comments if that's something you're interested in. But for now, I'm gonna eat my final piece of Fika for the night. After midnight, so first Fika of the morning, some would say. And I'll get this printed. So if all goes well, I can even post an update tomorrow. Like I said, there's a good chance that I have to fix one or two little things. But thanks to my second favorite design tool, the Flatbed scanner over there, I think we've gotten a pretty good first prototype out of this. Definitely saved some time and some slight inaccuracies that would have come out of using the calipers. Right on. Lion Blaze, hello, but also goodbye. Unfortunately, you're joining right at the end of the stream. But thank you, everyone, for joining, whether it was for an hour, a minute, 4 hours. Wow, I've ended up going 4 hours. How did that happen? I thought I was nearly done with this design 2 hours ago. I think I went into some kind of a tired, sleepy trance. I hope I don't wake up in the morning and discover that I've revealed some dark secret on the live stream while half awake. Alas, that's life. The less secrets, the better. I hope to share more design secrets with you in the future, at least. And I will see you very soon. I quite enjoy these live streams, and hopefully I can drum up a little more support over time. Right now, they're hardly profitable, but still so fun. And a lot of you have been following me for years, so I know it's been a bit sparse with the long form videos at the very worst. But yeah, I'm doing well. Hope you all are doing well. Excited to keep the live streams going and share more fun stuff. That's it for now. Thank you so much once again. I love you all. Have a wonderful Sunday or Monday. Hope your Monday can be a little less Monday than many Mondays are.